We're now going on the record. Today is Friday, June 4th, 2021, and the time is approximately 1:36. This is the remote video deposition of Anna Liss in the matter of independent investigation on the New York State Executive Law, Section 63(8). My name is Rocco Mercurio, and the court reporter is Teresa Tremando. And we are from Veritex. Will counsel please introduce yourselves and who you represent for the record?
Good afternoon. Abena Manu from the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, but acting as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General for the New York State Attorney General's office.
I'm Jennifer Kennedy Park from the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, and I am also a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General of the New York Attorney General's office.
And I'm Avian Tai, also from the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, and I've been designated a first assistant to the first Deputy Attorney General.
The court reporter will now swear in the witness and we can proceed.
All right, I just have a brief read-in that I have to put in. All right, let me just, give me 2 seconds. I just want to listen. I put this in by Ms. Maynew. All parties agree that the court reporter could swear affirm the witness in virtually via Zoom as if the witness was in the same room as the court reporter. Unless there are any objections by any party, say it's so stipulated. Just give me 2 seconds. Ms. Maynew, you just have to say, you know, I agree.
I agree.
So stipulate.
I so stipulate.
Yeah. And then let me just do that. That was knuckleheady, but I don't have anybody for just one side. F4L. Okay. Ms. Liss, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, the witness is sworn. Just one more second. I'm going to mute myself and hopefully be transparent. Where's my mute? You could begin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Liss. Thank you for meeting with us today. Before I start asking questions, I'm going to give you some background information and go over some ground rules. The New York State Attorney General has appointed the law firms Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, and Vladek, Raskin, and Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63(8), into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. You are here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with this investigation. I'll note at the outset that today's proceeding is being video recorded. You are under oath. That means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and jury. Your testimony is subject to a penalty of perjury. If you would like to make any brief sworn statement, we ask that you do so at the end of our examination today. Although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers. You have the right to refuse to answer a question if answering the question would incriminate you, but any failure to answer can be used against you in a court of law in a civil, non-criminal proceeding. Asserting your Fifth Amendment privilege does have evidentiary significance. If you choose to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege, that fact could be presented to a judge or jury in a civil proceeding who would be free to draw a conclusion from your assertion of that privilege. I understand that your attorney is not attending your testimony, but you have access to him today during your testimony. And you can consult with your attorney if you have any questions about the attorney-client privilege. As you can see, we have a court reporter present with us in the virtual room, and she needs to take down my questions and your answers to create a transcript. So that the reporter can create a clean record, please provide a verbal response to each question So please do not shake or nod your head or give responses like, mm-hmm. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you do not know the answer to a question, please say you do not know. Please allow me to finish my question before you begin to answer. And I'll also try not to speak over you so that the court reporter can create a clean transcript, particularly since we're not all in the same room. You will not be permitted to review a transcript of your testimony. If at any time today you want to clarify an answer you have given, please let me know. If you do not understand a question, please let me know and I will try to ask the question in a different way. I will be asking about names and dates and other specific information. Even if you don't remember a specific name or date, I would ask that you give me your best approximate answer while indicating that your answer may not be exact. If you need a break at any point, please let me know. But if there's a question pending, please answer the question first and then we can take a break. Okay?
Yes.
Please confirm that you are alone.
Yes, I am alone.
And please confirm that you're not using any technology to create a recording of the proceeding on your end, including using screen capturing tools.
Yes, I can confirm I'm not recording this using any technology.
Okay. Please confirm that you're not allowing anyone else to listen in, including through any devices.
Yes, no one is listening in, I can confirm.
And please confirm that you are not and will not communicate in real time or during breaks with anyone else about the substance of your testimony.
Yes, I can confirm I won't be communicating that.
Executive Law 63(8), the provision under which this investigation is being conducted, prohibits you as well as your counsel from revealing anything about what we asked or what you say during your testimony to anyone. If anyone asks you to disclose any such information, please let us know, including any reason they provide for seeking such information, and we will discuss with you whether any disclosure will be permitted. Please note that you are protected from retaliation for participating in today's testimony. We ask that you let us know if you are concerned about any potential retaliation from the executive chamber or anyone else. Are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No, I am not.
Have you had any alcohol today?
No, I have not.
Is there any reason why you would not be able to answer my questions fully and truthfully?
No, there is no reason.
Okay. Please state your name, date of birth, and current home and business address for the record.
My name is Anna Liss, and my date of birth is, my home address is and my business address is
Ms. Liss, have you ever given testimony before?
no, I have not.
Other than conversations with your attorney, did you do anything to prepare to testify today?
No, I have not.
Okay. Please open your electronic exhibits and open tab 2, which we will mark as an exhibit.
Okay. One moment.
Okay.
One second. It said that it sent me an email. Oh, here it is. My apologies.
No worries.
I just have to activate my account.
Okay. If it's easier, you can also look on the screen. We're sharing the exhibit on the screen.
Okay. You said that it is tab number 2, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, while I'm waiting for it to set up, I'll look on the Zoom screen.
Okay.
That's okay.
Absolutely. Do you recognize this document as the testimony subpoena you received from our office?
Yes, I do.
Did you read the subpoena?
Yes, I did.
And do you understand that your testimony today is being taken pursuant to this subpoena?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. All right, we can take the document off the screen. Ms. Liss, please take us through your educational background, starting with college.
Yes, I attended Ithaca College, the Park School of Communications, and I received a Bachelor's of Arts in Journalism, graduated in 2007. Subsequent to that, I attended the University of Pennsylvania for my master's in public administration. I graduated from that program in 2011. And I also hold a certificate in graduate studies from SUNY Empire State College in innovation management and technology transfer. And I earned that certificate in 2015.
And please walk us through your employment history following college.
Immediately following college, I worked for a news station in Elmira, New York, WETM 18 News, the NBC affiliate, serving the southern tier of New York State and the northern tier of Pennsylvania from 2007 to 2009. Subsequent to that, I attended graduate school. After graduate school, I worked for the Center for Governmental Research in Rochester, New York, as a research associate for a period of a little less than a year. And then I worked for Greater Rochester Enterprise as a business development associate for approximately 2 years, working in economic development, also in Rochester. After that, I received the Empire State Fellowship to work in Albany. So from 2013 to 2015, I worked in Albany for the executive chamber for Governor Cuomo in a variety of different roles. Technically, I was an employee of New York State Homes and Community Renewal, although I sat in the executive chamber and answered up through the economic development chain of command and ultimately to the director of state operations. After leaving Albany, I worked for Cornell University's S.C. Johnson Graduate School of Business, as a corporate relationship manager. And then that was in 2015. And then I was recruited to go back to Greater Rochester Enterprise, my employer, prior to getting the fellowship, as a managing director of business development. I was there from 2015 to 2020. And then in 2020, last year, I joined the administration of Monroe County, New York County Executive Adam Bello as the Director of Planning and Economic Development. And in this role, I'm also the Executive Director of the Monroe County Industrial Development Agency and the Monroe County Industrial Development Corporation.
Okay, so we're going to focus on your time at the executive chamber now. How did you come to work in the executive chamber starting in 2013?
I applied for the Empire State Fellowship in early 2013. It was the second year of the program, and per a news release, the administration was recruiting a second cohort. The Empire State Fellowship was posited as though it was modeled after the Presidential Management Fellowship Program, recruiting young professionals with graduate degrees to come work in state government service. I applied because I was interested in and passionate about upstate New York economic development and revitalization, and wrote my essay in such a way as I was, seeking employment to help serve the governor's administration and its efforts to lift up the Regional Economic Development Council initiative. And I found out I got the fellowship in late spring, I believe, of 2013. And I moved to Albany in August of 2013 and began the fellowship in September of 2013. And before I found out that I was going to be assigned to the executive chamber on the second floor of the Capitol in the governor's office, I attended a week-long orientation program with the other members of my fellowship cohort at the Rockefeller Institute of Government, part of SUNY Albany. And I met the other fellows, all of whom were assigned to different roles in state government, Many were assigned to various state agencies. Few of us were assigned to the second floor. On the final day and evening of our orientation program, there was a reception that we were invited to attend at the Rockefeller Institute, and I was introduced to who at the time was the Assistant Secretary for Economic Development working for Governor Cuomo. I was informed going to be my quote unquote mentor or like my boss. And the next day I was to report to duty in my office in the executive chamber and was going to begin giving me assignments.
What work did you understand you would be doing as an Empire State Fellow working out of the executive chamber?
I was told that I would be helping to develop and inform policymaking decisions. Given that I was assigned to the economic development portfolio, so to speak, it was my understanding that I was going to help staff and administer the work of the 10 regional economic development councils and help to guide the management of that initiative throughout my tenure there. And all of the fellows were told that the ultimate goal was for each of us to develop sufficient experience and connectivity such that we would become deputy secretaries. So I thought early on that I might be tapped to be an assistant secretary or a deputy secretary for economic development, or work in a senior leadership position within an agency. So for me, that would have been Empire State Development Corporation.
When you found out that you had been placed in the executive chamber, what did you think about that?
At first, I didn't know what it meant really. However, I quickly learned in conversation with the people that were managing the fellowship program at Rockefeller that it was a prestigious place to work and that I was very fortunate and that it was exciting and it was going to be high pressure and that I should be proud. So I was excited and nervous.
What were you nervous about?
I was nervous that I couldn't cut it, that I was nervous that I was just a young person from upstate New York with no knowledge of how Albany really works and how state government really functions, especially from a political point of view. And that I thought that I wasn't really cut out for it and that, they would get rid of me or something. It was sort of an imposter syndrome, but I also felt like I could roll up my sleeves and really try. I was committed to leveling up, so to speak.
And what excited you about the opportunity?
I was excited because the governor, up to that point, he had established an agenda that was really focused on upstate New York. He had rolled out the Buffalo Billion and had promoted a lot of folks, in the greater Rochester region in his administration. Bob Duffy was our mayor at one point and was serving at the time as the governor's lieutenant governor. Our regional ESD office had a pretty solid talent bench. And I thought, wow, this is so exciting for Rochester. And I get to serve this administration and also be a champion for my hometown. And I thought, this is it. This is my ticket to the rest of my career in public service. Just the governor had developed a reputation of being kind of a lion champion for upstate economic development. And up to that point, under previous governors, there was a lot of was a lot of dark times and feelings of depression upstate through the Great Depression or the Great Recession, and then and later on. And it felt like that there were reasons to be hopeful. And I thought, wow, this is really amazing. I get to play a role in this larger effort to make things better.
So I don't know if you've been able to access the site yet, but we're going to pull up tab 5 and we'll mark that as an exhibit.
Yes, I have it pulled up.
Okay, so tab 5 should be the announcement of the 2013 to 2015 class of Empire State Fellows. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
So page 1, I'm
Mhm.
just going to put it on the screen. Page 1 says that in the 3rd paragraph, the governor appointed each Empire Fellow to a position that matches their skills with the needs of state government. And then turning to page 3, it includes a profile for you. It refers to your background in economic development, fiscal policy, public budgeting, local government ethics, and journalism. Do you remember the first time you saw that profile?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when it was. It was not long after the orientation. I think it was towards the end of our orientation week that it was released and publicized. And I remember feeling proud, and I shared it with my friends and family.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. What positions did you hold when you were at the executive chamber?
It was confusing, and particularly for somebody like me who needed structure. There lacked a great deal of structure. But so when I started out, I was working for, and I was seated in the second floor. There was sort of a balcony atrium area in the lieutenant governor's office that was dusty and off the beaten path. And I sat up there at a really old computer workstation next to a young woman named on the regional economic development councils. And at first I was given random one-off assignments. I was asked to collect mailing addresses and contact information for as many commercial contractors in the state of New York as possible for an event that the governor was hosting that had to do with Startup New York, I believe. I was asked to put the governor had gotten it into his head at one point he wanted to bring back Formula One racing to New York State. And I was asked to research the feasibility of that and put a memo together. And then I was asked to do sort of random things having to do with the regional councils. So putting meeting materials together, attending with other staff members, attending meetings of the regional councils in different parts of the state, which was fun. I got to do a little bit of traveling in New York. And then a couple months into it, I was asked to leverage my journalism background to put some video reels together for the upcoming Regional Economic Development Council Awards, which were happening in, I think, November of that year. And I did a lot of work on that with Empire State Development with their multimedia crew. And I did some traveling and interviewed some people. And I found out after I had spent several weeks putting those together with relatively little supervision and relatively little feedback, that the governor had seen one of the videos and hated it and wanted us to start over. And this was the day before the awards. So I had to work like kind of through the night in the multimedia studio underneath in the concourse of the state capitol with the communications team to put everything together, to repackage everything so that the governor would like it. And he assigned his director of state operations at the time, Howard Glazer, to supervise me. I don't know if it was him that assigned it or what, but Howard Glazer was put down there with me. And at the time I thought, wow, this is so amazing, because, you know, up until that point, I was sort of in this far gone section of the executive chamber where it was just me and a couple of other people in the lieutenant governor's office. I never really saw anybody that had any name recognition. And all of a sudden I was sitting at a table with Howard Glazer, whose name was mentioned all the time. And
What was Howard Glazer's position?
he was the director of state operations at the time. And notably, he was also one of the other accusers later on. But anyhow, Howard helped work with me and the multimedia crew. There's like videographers, audio editors. And we repackaged the videos so that the governor liked them. We made them like sexier and more exciting, kind of like movie trailers almost. And then the next day, I remember I've noticed that Howard Glazer started following me on Twitter, and then I was notified later on by a gentleman by the name of, who is now a lobbyist, but I was notified that Howard wanted me to go over and work in his office. And so then I moved my stuff over to Howard's office, and his office was right next to the governor's office. So when the governor was in Albany, the governor would come through, and that's when I would see him. And it was a completely different environment and it was a lot more pressure, a lot more stress. And then it got increasingly unclear, like what I was doing in the governor's office, because I was running economic development and I really liked doing the work, you know, staffing the regional councils. And then all of a sudden I was kind of sort of taken off of that for the most part, and like sat in Howard's office and did random assignments for Howard while also on the fringes doing random assignments for. So I never quite understood what I was doing there. It was confusing, and I tried to find my way to a spot that felt more productive and felt like it was more structured. But, you know, ultimately what made the most sense at the end of my fellowship was just to get out. So that's why I got out.
When you sat at your original location in the lieutenant governor's office, where was that in relation to the governor's office?
It was, so the second floor of the governor's office is like a big square. And on one side of the square is the Hall of Governors, and that's where the governor's office is, and like all the really important deputy secretaries. And then on the other side, it's the Hall of New York, where the lieutenant governor's office is, and some like less important assistant secretaries. So I was in the Hall of New York, pretty far removed. And also furthermore, I was up on a second floor in one of the offices, so even further removed. And nobody from, like, I heard names like Howard Glazer and Larry Schwartz and Melissa DeRosa and Stephanie Benton. I heard the names. Oh, and Joe Percoco. And these are all names. Besides the governor, I didn't know who any of these people were before I started in the executive chamber. I heard the names tossed around all the time and began to learn how, you know, who are the important people. And they were sort of like nameless, faceless individuals. They never came over to that side of the second floor. They never were visible. So it was almost like there was like this barrier between the two worlds. It was a totally different world. And then when I moved over, it unlocked the reality of the executive chamber. It felt like I was in the real executive chamber.
What do you mean when you say it felt like you were in the real executive chamber? After
I
you-
went from being around, I mean, I was, my day-to-day when I was in the lieutenant governor's office working wasn't very stressful. You know, you could wear, you had to dress up, but it wasn't like you had to wear fancy clothes all the time. Nobody was breathing down my neck or looking at me and monitoring my every move. I felt like it was just less stressful and more fun and relaxed. Then when I went over to the Hall of Governors and I was working in Howard's office, and the governor was there every so often, and I would see all of these people and I would hear all of the yelling and screaming and the stress. It felt like I went from, you know, being in Parks and Rec to being in like the West Wing. And I was told I had to wear high heels when the governor was in the office. And I felt, you know, there was just a much more high pressure environment. There was a lot of like cursing and screaming. And I began to learn quickly, like, who were our enemies and who were our friends and who was important and who wasn't important. It was just, for somebody with my background, I was a little naive and didn't know what that world was like. I had some involvement in politics up until that point, you know, locally involved in some small time campaigns, but I didn't really know what I was walking into. And I knew that the easiest way to survive and get by and like not get in trouble, not get a target on my back, was to just look nice, be nice, do what I was told.
Well, I'll want to talk more about that. First, other than sitting in the lieutenant governor's office and then in Howard Glazer's office, did you sit anywhere else during the time you worked in the executive chamber?
Yeah, so after Howard left, so the governor ran for his second term in 2014 and he was reelected. And that's when Bob Duffy left and Kathy Hochul joined the administration. And I think Howard had promised the governor that he would stick with him through that. And then he left to go take a lobbying job. He went to go work for some company that lobbied for airlines or airports. And so he took off and then he was replaced in a quick amount of time by Jim Malatras, who was young and had been working for the SUNY chancellor. He's now the SUNY chancellor himself, but Jim showed up and he sort of inherited me as like an accessory in his office, but he didn't really have anything for me to do. The only task that I'd been given by Howard that kind of stuck around under Jim was I was tasked with overseeing and being the executive chamber liaison to the New York State Council on the Arts, which is like a really small state agency. And then I quickly started to feel like Jim kind of wanted me out of there. He didn't really have any use for me. And then was like beleaguered and hadn't been promoted to DepSec from assistant secretary. And he already had a special assistant person and he didn't really need me for anything. And a gentleman by the name of John Majori, who had been serving as the chief of staff to Bob Duffy, was promoted. They kind of created a job for him. They called him the director of policy after Bob left, and they brought him over from the lieutenant governor's office to the to an office across the hall from the director of state operations office, previously occupied by So in his office, so John was put in that office, and I had been trying to make inroads with John, knowing, John was from Buffalo and was very policy minded and a smart person. And I thought maybe he's somebody that I could align myself with. Maybe he has an opportunity, or maybe he could use me for something. So I lobbied to get in with John, and then he basically put me at a desk outside of his office, gave me access to his email, and I was like a scheduler for him, and I helped him write op-eds and speeches. I helped writing the state of the state policy book, things like that. But again, it lacked a lot of structure. I found out through the grapevine in the chamber that the policy team under John was viewed as the land of misfit toys. It was me, a woman by the name of a gentleman named so was there, and there were a couple of other random people, and we didn't really know what our jobs were. So I started looking. This was towards the middle of 2015, early 2015, middle of 2015. And then I started actively looking for a job just to get out, just to be closer to home and get some semblance of structure and normalcy back into my life.
Did you have an understanding of what the idea of the land of misfit toys meant or was meant to convey?
Yeah, it was like, you guys can't really cut it. You're not cut from the same fabric as the other, the pit bulls basically that rise to prominence in Cuomo land. And so you kind of sit here and take what they give you and do it. No one was ever really going to get fired because they didn't want to let anyone go. I started to learn early on they didn't want to allow people to leave. I think because of knowledge of the inner workings, and they like to protect the narrative and control where you go after you work for the governor, so that you're in some sense beholden and you're not going to be a whistleblower or something. Because I remember when I got the job at Cornell and I got out, people sort of murmuring wow, you're lucky, but it was a lateral move. I was making the exact same salary. And I had to move. It's not like I did it. I viewed my decision to get out and to get that job, and I viewed it as a personal and a professional failure. I can't cut it on the second floor. I can't cut it in Albany. Also, I was but some folks there were like, oh, you're lucky you got out. You didn't need to call in any favors, you're free kind of thing. There was one story that I learned of sort of early on, a young woman named who'd been working for, who at the time was she got a job offer, I think working for a better job, better pay. And because she didn't ask Joe Prococo permission to apply for the job, he flipped out at her and yelled at her. And then he called the job offer taken away. And I learned of that, through secondary sources. But that was the first time I learned that, they don't let you go without a fight. particularly if you have spent time working on the campaign, if you've seen things, heard things, which was kind of disconcerting, I guess.
When did you learn about experience and difficulty leaving to go to
How did I learn about it?
first when
Oh,
did you learn?
probably in early, like 2014, sometime in 2014. And I learned of it through younger staffers. There was sort of a cohort in the second floor and in some of the agencies of younger staffers who had worked on the campaign. They called themselves the crew. And who was the woman I mentioned earlier who sat near me was one of them. And then there was a gentleman named who was one of them, who up until recently was still working for the governor, was a big part of that crew. Several worked in the lieutenant governor's office. There were a bunch of them, and I didn't ingratiate myself to them necessarily. They didn't like the fellows. They were kind of upset when the fellows showed up because we all showed up without having volunteered on the campaign, and we were making more money than all of them, and we were kind of around the same age, and they didn't like that. And because I had to work in close proximity to so many of them, I used my soft skills to try and just be nice and like get along with them and convey to them that, like, hey, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that that was the case, you know. And I started to be friendly with them, and I learned through them some of that gossip. You know, I learned about like other bits of gossip.
What other bits of gossip did you learn from them?
There was a lot, like who's hooking up with who kind of thing.
Did you learn any information concerning the governor from any members of the crew?
I learned that the governor doesn't use email. I learned that I learned through them that like the governor could get like really, really mad and scream and yell. I learned about, there was a gentleman named and I learned about like a time that pissed off the governor, and the governor like got up in his face with a football. And I learned that the governor likes leggy women, and the governor only wears Salvatore Ferragamo ties. I learned about the time that he got down on, you know, shoe shined shoes. I learned that the governor doesn't like when guys wear anything besides white dress shirts. And I learned that the governor only likes things whenever he's at, because like was one of his advanced guys. And I learned how they would have to like change the thermostat so it was like 60 degrees for the governor, that kind of stuff. Nothing about the governor like having sex with people or touching anybody, nothing like that on that level. Just like the governor is a tyrant, basically. And then in terms of like other gossip, I learned that I thought that was bizarre. I learned through them that and I thought that was weird. And I learned about, oh, it's in Albany. Everybody has like an Albany girlfriend, like they stay out all night. And I remember feeling kind of gross and seedy about it. And I could understand why the crew developed rapport with one another. They were all in their 20s and from all over New York State. And like their families were kind of from all over the place, and they found family in each other and solace, and comfort, despite all of the gross savagery.
You mentioned that you learned from the crew that the governor doesn't use email. Did anyone discuss any reasons why the governor didn't use email?
Yeah, I learned from who was tight with Rich as a party that governor doesn't use emails because he doesn't want to put stuff in writing. He would only use BlackBerry messaging. And I also learned this through one thing. So I'll just say this about when I was working under him. I remember he seemed sort of put off and annoyed by the fact that I was chipper and excited to work there. Almost like he was like, why do you want to work here? It's the worst friggin' place in the world. And because constantly on the governor's, speed dial list. Like I remember hearing him on the phone with the governor yelling at him, governor constantly BlackBerry messaging him, and I could tell that it was like really a strain for him working there. And in some of my traveling for the regional council stuff, he would divulge stuff like that. Like, yeah, he doesn't use email. He does da. And then just a couple years ago, I think it was 2018, I was at a conference in San Francisco for my job at Semicon West. And he was there because at the time, he got out a few years ago and was tapped to run the Center for Economic Growth in Albany. He's not there anymore, but because he was at CEG, he went to that conference, and he and I got a beer together, and he was honest with me and shared a lot about like how just awful it was and how miserable he was and how chaotic it was and how the job didn't make any sense. But so anyways, the short answer is I learned through some folks involved in the communications team that the governor doesn't put anything in writing, really.
Okay. So let's rewind to your move to Howard Glazer's office after you worked with him on these reels. At the time, what did you think that the move to Howard Glazer's office meant?
I thought it meant that I was being promoted to a higher level position and that I had taken my fellowship a step further and sort of made it. And I remember, those feelings you get, like if you get promoted or you get something that other people want, and you can tell like people are sort of envious of you, and you feel sort of like ashamed, but you also are like kind of proud of yourself. I remember feeling like with the other fellows, like they were all kind of like envious, like, wow, Anna gets to go over and work in Howard's office. And I remember we had professional development stuff that we would do on the sides. Tuesday night, we would go to the Rockefeller Institute and take classes and listen to lectures with each other. And I remember announcing to the team, everybody, Anna is working in Howard Glazer's office. This is evidence of the fact that the fellowship really works and that, we're unearthing talent from different corners of the state and all over the place and installing you in higher levels of state service. So I thought it was a big deal.
Did anyone say, did anyone else say anything to you in addition to what this gentleman you just mentioned say to you to make you think that the move to Howard's office was a big deal?
Yeah, well, when my came to my previous office space to let me know that this was happening, he said, congratulations, you know, you caught his eye. And he said, congratulations. Said, congratulations. Like, wow, somebody likes you. You know, get ready for bigger and better responsibilities.
Did you have any understanding of the reasons you were moved to Howard Glazer's office?
I was not informed. Like, he didn't call me into his office and say, I really was impressed by your work ethic and your skills, and I wanted to bring you over to do X, Y, and Z. I thought that it was because he was impressed by overseeing my efforts to reconfigure the regional council award ceremony videos, and that he thought I was somebody who maybe he could groom into a role on his team. The desk that I occupied in his office had previously been occupied by a gentleman named John, who was an attorney. And so there was this open desk, and Howard put me on it, and I was like, wow, well, I'm not a lawyer. What does he want me to do? And I never really got an answer to that.
Did you ever talk with Howard about your background?
No, he never really asked. There were certainly times when I might have divulged, like, oh yeah, I used to work in the news media. He knew I was from Rochester and that I had worked in economic development. But beyond that, I don't know what he knew. I quickly, and maybe this is just an assumption, but it was an assumption that was like bolstered by other people's observations. And it's something like, when you're a woman who's attractive and you can tell when people are looking at you, you can tell when like certain things are granted to you because you're good looking. I felt like that was why I quickly sort of chalked it up to that. I was like, well, I'm not here because they think that I'm, you know, Elon Musk or something. Like, I just fit the profile and I do what I'm told.
When did you start feeling that way? That the reason for your move was because because someone found you attractive?
Not long after I went over there, you know, maybe a week or two in, because who had been working in that environment her whole career. Like, she was the secretary that actually, she told me she cleaned out office when he left. She'd been there forever. She was seated in that office where I was situated. She was very observant. She had a good relationship with the governor's secretary and his briefers and everything. And she was the one that told me, wear high heels, look attractive, wear a skirt, wear a dress, you know, do your hair, all that. And she had observed, like, when the governor first, it was like my second or third day in the office, and the governor was there. And he came through and sort of was flirtatious and, you know, friendly. And she said, oh, he likes you, honey. And I was told that he likes blondes. And I thought, okay, well, I guess this is Mad Men. And so I thought my currency was what I looked like. And I noticed that most of the other women on that side of the second floor were conventionally attractive women, and they all dressed to the nines and wore stilettos and skirts, and that was the environment.
What did you think when told you, oh, he likes you, honey, and that he likes blondes in relation to Governor?
I thought, oh, okay, well, that means like he'll remember my name and he'll know who I am. And I guess that's a good thing. I didn't think that that means the governor is going to try and be a predator. I just thought he was like a creepy middle-aged man, but he was a really powerful man. And in that environment, he was the center of gravity. And everywhere that he was the most important place. So if he looked kindly upon you, it was like the sun was shining on you.
In what way was it like the sun was shining on you if the governor looked kindly upon you?
That means that the most powerful man in New York State likes me, and my job here is safe, and maybe it means that I will get promoted and I will earn a bigger salary here, and other people will begin to know my name, and I will have bigger responsibilities simply because Andrew Cuomo thinks that I'm cute and sweet and worthy of his trust.
Did you see things play out that way for anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Melissa DeRosa. Annabelle Walsh. Many of his briefers. His briefers were always young women. And they oftentimes, were promoted to better jobs if he liked them. And certainly, Stephanie Benton, I mean, as an admin, she was one of the most powerful people on the second floor. He gave her carte blanche, and she's a beautiful woman who, and then, I think is her first name, was another one. She was and I don't want to, it's hard to explain, but it's Albany, it's not known, it's not like it's Beverly Hills, and there were just so many beautiful women everywhere in that immediate vicinity. And I know that that's not illegal per se, but it raised the flag.
And when you say beautiful women, can you describe what they look like?
Yeah, long hair, long, slender legs, dresses and skirts, both blonde and brunette. Cleavage and jewelry and sweet smelling perfume. I felt like I kind of had to step up my game when I was there.
What about in terms of age? Was there a particular profile there?
Yeah, 20s and 30s for briefers, secretaries working under Stephanie, any of the fellows that were elevated into assistant secretary or deputy secretary roles were younger women. And then there were some older women too, like, and who were not young per se, they were in their 40s, but you know, were trading in the same currency. And I overlapped quite a bit towards the end of my fellowship with Lindsay Boylan, and I remember recalling the same thing. I noticed, like, oh wow, she's so beautiful and so tall, and I noticed that she was always coming to Albany and meeting with the governor.
What about racial or ethnic background? Did the women that you described as the beautiful women fit a particular profile?
Yeah, they were white, or in a couple of cases Latina, but I did not see, you know, Black or brown women in that type of position or in that type of category or profile. Also, I remember there was a woman named who, I think she was something, I can't recall exactly. And I just remember that Joe Prococo and the governor like hated, and they would make fun of her. And ultimately they got rid of her. And I remember thinking, like, it's probably not just based on her track record, because she was really smart and had a lot of credentials. It was probably because she wasn't pleasing to the eye for them. I remember that struck me as like, oh, of course they're gonna throw somebody like that out on the curb, or make her feel so unwelcome and uncomfortable here and powerless here that they're gonna that she'll go, you know, for greener pastures.
Do you remember what led to her departure, whether she left or she was dismissed?
I don't recall either way. I just remember she left or she was gone.
After your initial pride about moving desks to Howard Glazer's office, how did you feel about moving desks?
I felt trapped.
What do you mean by that?
I felt like, on the one hand, I'd been given this great opportunity, and other fellows and other staff members in the chamber were envious and thought, wow, that's so cool. Anna gets to sit there. She's so lucky. But then on the other hand, I felt like I was collecting dust and I wasn't being given a lot of meaningful work. And then I felt like somehow that was my fault. Like I wasn't taking enough initiative. I wasn't aggressive enough. It was very hollow. I wasn't being given enough work to sort of fill out 8 hours a day. And I wasn't being called to New York City really at all. And at the time, that was really the seat of New York state government. The governor was in New York City all the time and not really in Albany. And I was like, wow, my job is a real waste of taxpayer dollars. And I also thought that it was weird and ironic that, you know, I was a line item in HCR's budget and I wasn't doing any work that had to do with housing and community renewal. And I just felt like an accessory kind of thing.
When you say you felt like an accessory, what do you mean by that?
Like I was allowed to participate in soirees here and there at the executive mansion. and I was allowed to play functional roles in things like regional council meetings still, and on a case-by-case basis that were public facing, but like internally, I wasn't a real cog in any one wheel. And the governor, so working in the executive chamber, you're supposed to feel like, okay, I work for the governor of the state of New York. The governor's my boss, but the governor didn't have any clue, I think, what I was doing there, what my job was. Never asked me a question about it. And I thought that was weird. And I thought that it was my fault. Like I thought I'm not smart enough to be here. Even though I continuously was planting seeds, I was always asking, and John Majori and other folks, like, do you need me to do anything? What can I do? Do you have any projects for me to work on? Is there anything that I can do to help you out? And I remember wishing that I had been given a less sexy and visible assignment. Like I wished that I was put in a desk at like, you know, the state liquor authority or something and tasked with making a program more efficient or something like that. So that I had a real purpose. But like I was doing things like checking people in at mansion parties and it was all very like a lot of one-off assignments. And I kept track of things that I was really proud of, like the work I did for the councils, the work I did with the New York State Council on the Arts, helping them with their budget negotiations. It was all stuff that in the grand scheme of things, there was not seen as important at all. But for me, it was like, this is important. This is my track record. I know I'm not going to be here forever. I need to like tick off a list and then finish my fellowship, and then I'm going to go back upstate.
So I want to go back to the comments you had made earlier, the statements you'd made about, and you'd said that Joe Percoco and the governor used to make fun of her. What would the governor say about?
I don't recall hearing him specifically saying anything. A lot of what I knew that the governor, a lot of the opinions that I knew he held, the sort of derisiveness that with which he would treat people, I knew through secondary sources. Okay. But I know that they would call her, I think it was something.
And do you know if the governor called that?
I didn't hear any of that offhand. Part of me thinks, you know, in some ways I was like protected from it, or like I was intentionally, there was like a certain wall that was put up, but I have it on good authority that the governor shared those opinions. There were certain people that there was Joe Percoco, Howard Glazer, Jim Malatras, Larry Schwartz, certain individuals who were privy to his inner thoughts and discriminatory, the labels that he would place on people. So I can't speak to those things directly. I just believe that those were things that he may have said.
Were there any other discriminatory things that you were told the governor may have said?
I have to think about that. I guess, no, just that the governor didn't like unattractive people unless you had something else to offer, I suppose. So no, yeah, I don't know if I could speak to that.
And just continuing and completing that line of questioning, Are you aware of any statements other than the statement by the governor that would be considered offensive regarding members of the LGBTQIA community?
Not that I was privy to.
Or anything that you heard about?
No. No, I couldn't speak to it, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if there was other activities taking place that were just, discriminatory.
And did you hear about any comments by the governor that would be offensive to racial or ethnic minorities?
No. No, not that I can recall.
And
The
just
only
now-
thing I know, again, that I think is public knowledge is that, Andrew being the brainchild of Vote for Cuomo, not for the homo, the campaign language used for his father's campaign years ago, so, and there certainly there were people across the spectrum, like racial spectrum and LGBTQAI plus spectrum in the administration, but like at the upper echelons of his, the inner sanctum, it was by and large straight and Caucasian, except for Alfonso David.
And you said just now that the governor did not like unattractive people unless they had something else to offer. What did you mean by unless they had something else to offer?
Like connections, money, power, knowledge, credentials. I remember feeling like, wow, literally the only reason why I'm sitting here right now is because I'm good looking, and it's because I don't, otherwise I'm not serving any other purpose here. So I guess it's hard to elaborate more on that. It was just an observation, I guess.
Okay. And after Mr. Glazer left and he was replaced by Mr. Malatras, did you continue to sit at the same desk in the office where Mr. Glazer used to sit?
Yes, for a period of time, a handful of months, I think, until I talked to John Majori to move over, and I think Jim Malatras talked to John to make that happen. He wanted to make room for another person in his office. I don't know. He didn't replace me until I think after I left to go work for Cornell. Because I continued when I switched workspaces, I was working in the office across the hall, so I still had sort of a view on the office and my old workspace. Jim had a very different style than Howard Glazer, and there was a changing of the guard, I guess. Like when Howard left, and then Jim brought in a gentleman by the name of, who was like one of his assistants, and so he came over, and then I started to feel like, okay, the vibe here is different. Jim's not giving me assignments, but he didn't tell me, I want you to go here or there. I had to sort of figure out on my own where I was going to go if I wanted to stay.
What kind of assignments did Howard give you?
He had me, my first assignment for him was updating a presentation about Superstorm Sandy recovery that he was going to be delivering to the Cranes New York breakfast. It was like an annual Cranes New York breakfast. He was increasingly, he was fed up with a woman named who was the I don't know why he felt that she was too much of a character. And he asked me, he's like, okay, I think I want you to be sort of like kind of the assistant secretary for the arts. You know, we don't really have a place to put the arts in any one portfolio. They don't really fit in economic development. They don't really fit in anywhere else. We need you to just sort of oversee them. And so that became my job, but it was such a small agency that never got any attention or any bandwidth in the perspective of the governor. I thought that it was really cool and important. I took that and ran with it. It was like literally the only thing that gave me any meaning from the time that Howard gave it to me until I left. I was like, this is it. And I remember he sent me like a flower bouquet when I was leaving. They liked having me represent them in the second floor. And then beyond that, he would have me like wordsmith speeches and presentations. He would have me take notes when he was in meetings with people. He would have me schedule meetings for him. He would have me like get him on the phone with people. So a lot of just admin stuff.
Did you speak with anyone about your issues and challenges with getting meaningful work when you were at the chamber?
I spoke with friends. I shared some of my concerns with this frustration. Spoke to family, but I didn't really have recourse on the second floor. I talked to, like I said, and I talked to John Majori, just saying, I'd like to stay here. I'm passionate about helping carry forth the agenda. I'm just looking for something with a job description and a job title, so I know that I have a certain purpose here. And those conversations turned into me essentially acting as John Majori's admin. And then I learned that we were the land of misfit toys, and then I got out. And it wasn't just because of professional frustration. It was a lot of personal frustration too, just feeling, your job represents such a big piece of who you are in our society, the value that you assign to yourself. And I just believed at that point in time that I was a big zero. And I learned the word zero from the second floor. Actually, that was a word that was tossed around a lot by the Cuomo acolytes, loser and zero. And I felt like, if I wasn't good looking, I wouldn't be sitting there, and I would truly be a real zero. And a lot of those, they're machinations in my own mind, but it played out. So.
And you said you felt like you didn't have recourse. What's the reason you felt like you didn't have any recourse?
Well, there were no secrets there. So first of all, I was never briefed on the governor's office of employee relations, or GOER. I didn't know that there was an HR function. That wasn't part of my orientation process. I was never introduced to anyone there. Anything, having to do with HR, I felt like, I would have to go through the New York State Division of Homes and Community Renewal. I don't even know anyone over there. I just know that they sign my paychecks. And if I were to go over there and say, I'm frustrated with my role here, I'm looking for a reassignment, they would have no idea what I was even talking about. So that's, when I said earlier I felt trapped, that's kind of why I felt trapped. I feel like the only way that I could advance in my career and get to a place where I would feel satisfied and moving forward was if I got out and I got a job somewhere else. But the only way I could get a job somewhere else was if I could show some sort of value contribution and structure evidence of structure of the 2 years that I was there, which is why I took it upon myself to really keep a track record. You know, and I made a lateral move to go work at Cornell, and ultimately got my career back on track, but none of that was owing to the experiences I had in Albany, except for knowing how things work in Albany is of value to me in the job I have today, I suppose. But it was not a traditional workplace environment. Certainly there were laws and policies and rules in place that in black and white were probably there to protect me and to help me, but I didn't know about them. And I also knew about stories like, and like who felt like he was trapped there. And I thought, wow, I guess we all just have to sit here and be punished until we're granted an opportunity, like a parachute, to get out.
And just following up on that, let's talk about, well, actually, before I move on, did you feel like you could speak with anyone who was part of the fellowship program about the frustrations with your experience at the chamber?
We were told that like it was a resource, and we were afforded the team. There was the folks at the Rockefeller Institute who helped develop the curriculum to help us learn about state government that supplemented our work experience. And then there were a few staff members with the New York State Department of State who were in charge of like managing the fellowship program and staffing it. I can't recall the name of the woman off the top of my head. She's no longer there, but she was she was supposed to be my like a resource, but I didn't use it because I believed that I had to survive and figure it out on my own. And I didn't think there was anything that she or anybody in the Rockefeller Institute could do to help me. It was supposed to be my mentor. It was supposed to be, even after I was like reassigned into Howard's office, my mentor remained. And so I was supposed to leverage that relationship, and so I probably could have worked harder to advocate on my own behalf, but I was just confused and scared and uncertain.
What's the reason for saying you probably could have worked harder to advocate for yourself?
Well, I was scared of consequences, and there was a lot that I kept to myself because I was afraid if I divulged to anybody that I felt like I was in, or that I felt like I wasn't cut out for the job, or that I wanted to be reassigned, that was going to reflect poorly on me. So I was really careful about how I managed that. And it was a while ago. So some of it, it's hard to really articulate what may have been going through my mind. I wasn't even 30 yet. And I felt like I was failing. And I just had to like keep up appearances to make it look to the outside world like everything was fine, even though I was struggling in that workplace environment.
And let's go to actually just sticking with that topic. Did you speak with any of your peers about how you were experiencing your time at the chamber?
Yes, I did. There were a couple of fellows that were, friends of mine, and we might as a group go out for a drink here and there, celebrate a birthday. And I remember communicating to them, like, one was, I think he's still there. He works for and then who works, and who had been assigned to he lives now. And I remember just kind of expressing to them how demoralizing it was and how stupid it was and meaningless. How to the average person in New York State, you know, like with the state of the state, for instance, we would talk about all these programs that we were putting in place, but it was a lot of it was just phony. We would make a big announcement and attach a number to it, and then we wouldn't build any of the infrastructure to support. And, you know, I entered the fellowship with this Pollyanna thinking that it was a functional workplace environment and that we were going to make good things happen. And I quickly learned that that wasn't the case. And I confided in some of the other fellows about how frustrating and strange that was. And also just the fact that, you know, because they would be like, wow, look at you sitting in the state operations director's office. And I'd be like, it's a horrible place to be. It's not what it, like, I wish that I was back over in the lieutenant governor's office, sitting in that little cubby hole, doing smaller assignments, because that felt in some ways a little bit more meaningful.
Do you remember around what month you moved to Howard Glazer's office?
Yeah, it was November of 2013.
Okay. When you started the fellowship, did you get any kind of orientation?
Yeah, there was an orientation associated with the fellowship where we learn about state government. This is how the legislature is structured. This is how the budget process works. This is the history of the New York State Constitution. This is what the fellowship is supposed to be. This is going to be your mentor. This is where you're going to be assigned. But the orientation didn't involve anything having to do with human resources in state government. You know, like helping us get our badges, knowing where we were supposed to sit on day one. There was no like org chart or employee handbook or anything that we were given. So it was kind of like a higher level orientation of, you know, you guys are the new New York State leaders. Congratulations. Let's teach you all about New York State government. And then we'll throw you into the professional, like your duties, and then we'll go from there. But it wasn't like a practical orientation, I guess is the right way to put it.
Okay. Did you get any policies or trainings on sexual harassment as part of your orientation?
Yes, we did learn about sexual harassment and forms of discrimination.
And separately from your orientation, did you ever get any policies or training on sexual harassment and forms of discrimination?
I think after there was wasn't there like a law passed and we had to watch a video, but nothing that was really robust. I remember having to watch a video and like click a confirmation that I had watched the video.
Okay. Do you remember getting a handbook that covered forms of discrimination and sexual harassment?
No, I don't remember getting a handbook.
Okay. All right. So we're going back to the exhibits, and we're going to refer to tab 1, and we will mark it as an exhibit.
Okay. tab 1.
tab 1.
Okay, I have it
Okay,
open.
great. So tab 1 should be the New York Executive Department Handbook for Employees of New York State Agencies dated December 2011. Do you see that?
Yep.
Have you seen this document before?
Not that I can recall.
Okay,
It may have been given to me in like a larger packet of materials, and I may have just not looked at it.
okay. So we're going to turn to page 11.
Okay. I'm on page 11.
Okay, great. So the third subheading under sex says sexual harassment. And it goes on to define sexual harassment. And I can give you a couple minutes to read that.
Okay, I've finished reading that section.
Okay. Before today, have you seen that definition of sexual harassment before?
Yeah, my attorney shared this language with me, whether it was from this document or from somewhere else. I recall seeing it.
And other than any discussions with your attorney, have you seen this definition of sexual harassment before?
Um, in theory, maybe not specifically this language, but I suppose yes, but I don't know if it was this exact language, you know, from New York state law.
Okay, and specifically, do you remember seeing a definition of sexual harassment from the time when you worked in the executive chamber?
I don't remember specifically seeing a definition or being read a definition. Just knew in general what it was and that it wasn't lawful.
Okay. And as a reminder, in response to any of my questions, I'm not asking you for information about any communications that you've had with your attorney, because that's protected by your attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we'll take this exhibit off and move on to discuss your interactions with the governor. But before I do that, I will pause and find out if Ms. Kennedy Park has any questions.
I don't have any further questions right now. Thanks, Abba.
Okay,
One
thank you.
second. I might need a bathroom break. We
Okay.
can go and yeah.
All right, we'll take a break.
Without going off the record, the time is 3:10.
So bad.
Without going back on, the time is 3:17.
Okay, Ms. Liss, I'd like to turn to your interactions with the governor. When was the first time that you met the governor?
It would have been the week that I relocated to Howard Glazer's office, so sometime in November of 2013.
And please describe that first meeting with the governor.
He walked into my office area, which I shared with, and I remember, you know, he was very tall. He was wearing a suit, like a red tie and his pin. And he went over and said hello to, he hugged her. And then he came over and was like, and who is this young lady? To me. And I stood up and, you know, I shook his hand. Hello, Governor. And he asked me, like, where are you from? And it was I don't know if it was the first time that we had an interaction or if it was one of the subsequent occasions that, you know, he had kissed my hand and asked me if I had a boyfriend and kissed my cheek. I think it was a subsequent interaction, but took place in that office.
And how would you characterize that first interaction?
It felt kind of grandfatherly and like he was sort of sussing me out, like, who are you? Because it was important to the governor to know who was around him at any given time, who might be observant of what was going on in that office area. And so he wanted to know my name, where am I from, who am I? I'm one of the Empire State Fellows. Okay. I was like, I work for Howard. I remember he called me young lady at that point in time. And I remember feeling like he liked me. He was friendly. And I remember observed like, oh, he likes you, Anna. That was when she made that comment.
How did you interpret that comment by?
Just that, like, I fit the profile of the, you know, my appearance was attractive to the governor and that was a good thing for my ability to survive and stay there. That he was going to be friendly towards me and I didn't have to be worried or scared that I might be a target of anything negative.
At that point, had you heard about anyone else being a target of any negative behavior coming from the governor?
Well, I knew about and getting, you know, pissing off the governor and then getting summarily fired or reassigned. And I had learned from that the governor could get really angry and upset and take it out on people, including who had expressed to me that he'd been screamed at before. So yeah, I knew that his reputation was not that he was a sweet and kind man.
And you described the governor as grandfatherly during that interaction. What did you mean by that?
Like, you know, kind of gazing into my eyes and somewhat flirtatious and warm.
In what way was the governor flirtatious during that first meeting? Somewhat flirtatious.
The way that he held my hand, held onto my hand, and was making eye contact and smiling at me.
Describe your later interactions with the governor in the office. What interactions did you have?
It was always in that office suite. He would come through and say hello to, sometimes he'd be singing a song or whatever. And he would come over to my desk and there were playful interjections and at one point, I remember him asking, "Oh, do you have a boyfriend?" And I remember him kissing me on the cheek and kissing me on the hand. I remember him asking me at one point, like, "Miss Liss, do you follow me on Twitter?" or something like that. I don't know. It was never anything all that substantive, but flirtatious, certainly.
How did you respond when the governor asked if you had a boyfriend?
I said, not at the moment. I was kind of in between at the time, and I was like, "No, governor," or something like that.
What did you think of the governor asking you if you had a boyfriend?
I thought it was weird, but typical of him. Like, if it was any other workplace environment, if it had been my boss, here, or my boss that I had prior to working the governor's office, I'd be like, "That's disgusting, ew." But for whatever reason, in his office, the rules were different. It was just, you should view it as a compliment if the governor finds you aesthetically pleasing enough, that he finds you interesting enough to ask you questions like that. And so, even though it was strange and uncomfortable and technically not permissible in a typical workplace environment, I was in this mindset that it was the twilight zone and the rules, typical rules, did not apply. It was like we were in a different decade. So I didn't think, "Oh, I'm going to go complain," because that would have been laughable to complain about something like that. In that culture, in the office culture, I would have been laughed out of town.
Who would you have complained to?
I don't even know. Maybe, but they would have laughed at me, and I didn't know the first thing about Goer and where to go to talk to someone there. I just remember thinking that the broader sentiment was that if the governor thought, if you're a young woman the governor thought was beautiful and thought was interesting enough to ask questions like that, you should just feel flattered. And, maybe that means that bodes well for your career. Like, you're not going to get fired, and they're not going to talk shit about you behind your back and act like you're a zero and a loser. And they'll want to keep you around because they like having you around. And for me, it was like, well, I need this job because I have to pay my student loans down, and I really am interested in public service and government, and I'm gonna white knuckle this experience. And if it means that the governor kissing me on the cheek and asking if I have a boyfriend, like, leads to I get to stay here and I get to be elevated, then so be it. And it feels weird saying that, but that's definitely what was my mental calculus at the time.
Did anyone communicate that sentiment to you, that if the governor spoke with you and asked you those kinds of questions, like if you had a boyfriend, you should be flattered?
Yes. So we would call her, but she definitely was like, "Oh, honey, that's good. That means he likes you." You know, the younger people in the crew that I mentioned, it was like seen as, okay, that's a feather in your cap. That means that he doesn't hate you. The governor either hates you or he likes you, or he doesn't, or you're nobody to him. And I knew a lot of people that worked there that were subject to his abuse and ire, being one of them, being another one. these guys that were yelled at all the time, but I didn't get yelled at, and Melissa didn't get yelled at. Beautiful women that were sweet and docile didn't get yelled at and were given fun little assignments, I suppose.
You made a comment about how the culture was from a different decade. What did you mean by that?
Well, I had just around that time, like, I finished watching Mad Men, or I was in the midst of watching it. And I remember thinking like, oh, wow, Stephanie Benton is just like Joan Calloway. And, all of these men in this office have attractive female gatekeepers, kind of like in Mad Men. And when I was told I had to wear heels, I in my previous job prior to coming to Albany, it's not like I was dressing like a slob or anything, but I wore pants and flats and stuff, and I'm not good with time management. It's not like I would wake up an hour before having to go to work and like get all dolled up. But I learned that you got to kind of get dolled up. And I thought that felt very Mad Men era. And it was an Albany thing too. So I didn't necessarily think, oh, this is all just Andrew Cuomo. I think what I learned is that his MO was cooked up by, I think, maybe working for his dad and like running the show under his dad, like Albany in the 80s and 90s. And that was very much, that culture permeated the legislature and all the different legislative offices. And it just felt like, wow, I'm 3.5 hours away from home, but I feel like I'm 100, I feel like I'm like on the other side of the country from Rochester. This is just so bizarre. Like, this isn't DC, like, get over yourselves kind of thing. But there's people trade in sex and power and money in Albany. And that's very much true on the second floor and trickles down into all the far reaches of state government. And it's been that way for a long time, I suppose.
How did you learn that you had to get dolled up for work?
From and from general observation. Everybody's wearing feminine attire and looks beautiful and styled, and I'm not going to be the one, I'm not going to be the one not looking the part, I guess. But I knew I was supposed to, when he's in Albany, and I should say, like, when he wasn't in Albany, I didn't abide by that principle. I was much more casual. But when he was in Albany, I made a point to dress up and to look great, because I had been told, and I knew it was the rule.
How much time did he spend in Albany during your time in the executive chamber?
Maybe a couple days a week in non-budget season. It was during budget season when the ledge was in session. He was there more frequently. But Albany wasn't his favorite place to be at the time. He was still in a relationship with at that point in time, and he was in New York a lot. And I guess I just assumed it was because he was at home or something. I understand that more recently, in recent years, he's in Albany a lot more because the chamber has become, or the executive mansion, has become his primary residence.
What did you think of the governor kissing you on the cheek and kissing you on the hand?
I thought he was flirting with me, that he thought that I was pretty, and that he can get away with stuff like that because he's the governor. And it was, I thought it was like Italian. And then in hindsight, you know, when I spoke up about all of this, I did so by and large because the other young women that had come forward with more egregious allegations weren't being believed, and I believed them. And I wanted to share an account that was less egregious and spoke to the broader culture that allowed for the things that happened to them to happen to them. The tolerance for those micro flirtations, I guess, that would allow for him to act a certain way behind closed doors with young women in more serious manners. You know, I didn't observe any of those instances, but I believed that I wanted to tell the truth about what I had experienced, because people needed to understand that it's not just Andrew Cuomo closing a door and grabbing someone's breast. It was like a whole army of pretty young women that were being, you know, subject to smaller, less serious physical interactions. And that, you know, that's evidence to the larger, provides some evidence to the more serious stuff that was happening, I guess. So I can understand, you know, when I tell this story and people listen to me, it's like, that's not that big of a deal. You didn't complain about it. But really, I didn't complain about it because I didn't think that I could. I didn't think anyone would believe me, and that I thought that that would have been a fool's errand to complain about it. Like, I probably would have lost my job, and I needed my job. And also, it was like I said, like the Twilight Zone, different rules that were normalized, that were baked into the environment, that made it possible for the governor and for other senior officials in his administration to abuse women in more nefarious ways. So I sort of went off on a tangent on that one. I apologize.
No need to apologize. You referred to rules several times. What do you mean when you use the term rules?
Standards, like mores, if that's the right term.
Mm-hmm.
You know, different workplace environments have different cultures. You know, some office environments are very stiff and, you know, butts and seats, get here at 8 o'clock, talk about the weather. Others are more friendly and relaxed and casual. That workplace environment had its own set of standards and mores that were unique to the administration, and you had to learn them and play the game to get along. So they weren't necessarily rules that were written down. Like the rule to wear high heels wasn't like in some handbook that I was given. It was just like murmurs and whispers and observations.
And that's going to be my next question. How did you become aware of the rules that applied at the executive chamber?
Through conversations with the young folks that were part of that group, the crew, through observing interactions between senior staffers and how, particularly how women interacted with the governor.
And what did you observe about how women interacted with the governor?
Obedient, ebullient, like smiley and friendly where appropriate. Physically put together when around him, at his beck and call, following him around constantly, anticipating what he wanted, what he needed before he asked for things. And quick-witted. He liked women that were witty and knew what to say and when to say it, I guess.
And which women did you see interact with the governor in the ways that you've described?
Melissa DeRosa, Stephanie Benton, his briefers. I witnessed, Lindsay Boylan with him on a couple of occasions, and she fit that bill. Too, she was older, but she knew how to handle him and make him happy. So those were just a few.
And did you observe anything in terms of how the governor interacted with men?
Yes, it was different. It was more tense, loud, volatile. Get the use of curse words. So yeah, it was markedly different, but certainly the women observed it and were around it. It's not like he was hiding that behavior from senior women in his administration. It was just, and it wasn't just men. It was like, if you didn't fit the bill of, like, I think, as one of, I think she was treated the same way as some of the men, and I can't remember her last name. She was privy to some of that type of vitriol.
Say she was privy to it. Was she subject to any of that?
I think so. She kind of traveled in that cohort of people. So I would have, and she wasn't there for a long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was treated differently than some of the other women. But that would just be speculation.
Okay. How did the governor address you when he spoke to you?
He called me sweetheart, or like darling. I don't recall him ever uttering my name. I think maybe he called me Miss Liss like once.
And what did you think about the way the governor addressed you?
It was demeaning, but I also felt like I wasn't worthy of his respect. Like, I didn't think, oh, he should be calling me Anna, and I'm going to go complain. I thought I was like a nobody anyways. And I thought, well, you should be so fortunate that at least he thinks you're cute enough to kiss you on the cheek. And like he wanted to be photographed with you and stuff like that.
What's the reason you thought you were nobody?
Because of the types of assignments I was being granted, because I was from Rochester and everybody there seemed to be from like downstate. And I remember hearing people making fun of accent and people making, it was pretty clear to me after entering the administration that like, even though on the outside it was like, let's make upstate thrive again or whatever, internally it was upstate residents were seen as nobodies, like not a source of power or wealth, or not to be taken seriously necessarily, unless you were one of like the 5 billionaires from upstate New York. So I believed that I got where I was by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Like I was just a good looking young woman who just happened to be articulate enough to make it into that fellowship program and articulate enough to like get noticed and get elevated to that office. And I better sit tight and shut up and survive so that I could keep my job, or else they'll find out that I'm just like a middle class person from Rochester, New York. And maybe that was my own preconceived notions, but I certainly picked up, you know, the zeitgeist there was, you know, you knew who was important by who was getting meetings with the governor and which lobbyists got attention. And it was all, you know, representatives of special interests in Manhattan, real estate, like the real estate board in New York, banks, you know, hospital systems, anybody that was connected to money and power, particularly from New York, was getting an audience there. And so by my own estimation and those observations, I was like, well, don't let on who you are, Anna, because they don't need you here.
Did you ever have any discussions with the governor about the work you were doing at the chamber?
No.
Did you have any discussions with the governor about your professional background?
No, never. It was very clear that unless he asked you a question, you weren't to like volunteer information.
And how was that clear?
I don't know that it was expressly communicated to me by anybody besides, but you know, you don't just walk up to Governor Cuomo and say, hey, how's it going? You let him come to you, ask you questions, and then go on his merry way. I wasn't about to be like, Governor, do you have a second? I want to talk to you about my background and what I'm doing here. And I have this idea. That was not a welcome, gesture.
Mm-hmm.
That would not have been greeted with warmth or approval.
Did you have any views of how the governor perceived you?
Yes, I felt that the governor thought that I was an attractive, young, blonde woman who was, you know, sweet. That's all that I believe that was his estimation of me.
And what's the reason you thought that was the governor's estimation of you?
Because our interactions were more on like the grandfatherly flirtatious side of things, and because he, at the 2014 budget celebration party at the mansion, he came over to me and gestured. He brought his photographer over and he put his hand around my waist and kissed me on the cheek and had a photo taken with me. And then, you know, people were talking about it the next day, like, oh, I heard about the governor and the photo. And I remember when, like, I was handing out the photos a couple days later, everybody wanted to, like, look at the picture of me and the governor. And, like, that's not something that he would ordinarily do to anybody on my level, because I was just, like, basically checking people's coats at that party. And he came right over to me, and, you know, it was, again, like, wherever the governor goes, that's where all the eyeballs are. And then all of a sudden the eyeballs were on me, and I felt special and important. But I felt special and important because the governor thought I was cute.
You need a minute?
Do I need a minute?
Yeah,
I'm okay.
okay. Did you have any work-related interactions with the governor?
No. Well, one very small one. When Howard Glazer had me edit his PowerPoint presentation for the Crane's New York business breakfast in late, I think maybe it was early 2014, the governor wanted to give it final sign off, and he said something to Stephanie like, I need a copy of that presentation. And then Stephanie said it to, and then said it to me, and then I had to print it out for the governor, and then I had to hand it to him. And I remember handing it to him in his, like, the conference room that's attached to his office. And I remember he said, thank you. And he looked me up and down. And I remember I had a run in my pantyhose, and he looked right at my run in my pantyhose. And I thought that that was because I thought it was like, oh my God, I'm such a slob. I had a run in my pantyhose, and the governor noticed it. That was literally the one time, other than like staffing mansion parties or staffing events where the governor was speaking, like the state of the state or whatever, and like playing kind of generic roles there. But the only time I ever directly had a professional interaction with the governor was like handing him a PowerPoint presentation printout.
How did he look at you?
Like he was just sizing me up, like up and down. He was in serious mode. So he wasn't like in flirtatious mode at that moment in time, I remember. He was just looking me up and down. He made eye contact. And I remember he looked at the little snag run in I was wearing black tights. And then he looked at me, and I remember, oh crap, he noticed my run in my pantyhose.
You've used the phrase grandfatherly flirtatious at least a couple of times. What do you mean by that?
I mean that he was, I mean that I didn't take it as a sexual come on, but it was very clear that he thought that I was cute and attractive, and that I would welcome a smooch on the hand or the cheek, or a slip of the hand around the waist. I call it grandfatherly because I didn't look at the governor as a sexual being, but I believe, you know, he saw me as a sexual being. And maybe grandfatherly is a way for me to describe, like, I've had creepy older men treat me that way in other aspects of my life. Like, oh, hello, sweetheart. Hi, honey. it's a generational thing, I guess. So that's why I call it grandfatherly flirtation.
Okay. So let's talk about your interactions with the governor outside the office. You've mentioned the budget party. Did you have any other interactions with the governor outside the office?
Just at those parties, not in any informal setting.
And which parties are you referring to?
There were the budget celebrations. There was the pinning ceremony that I participated in. There was a Father's Day party that took place on his father's birthday, the year that Mario Cuomo passed away. That was at the mansion. There's a Puerto Rican association in New York State that had a political party at the mansion that he attended. So official soirees like that, most of them at the mansion, a couple of them happening in the the Regional Economic Development Council post reception happened somewhere near the Egg in Albany. So
Did you ever,
sorry.
no, please go ahead.
No, that was it. That was it.
Did you ever travel with the governor?
No.
And who invited you to the soirees and events that you just described?
I don't really know. I just somehow my name would land on lists for certain things, and then I would get an official email invitation and an RSVP. And only certain people would get them for certain parties and functions. I think it was the governor's advance team, and they received direction from certain people on the governor's team, whether it was Stephanie or Joe or someone at the time, and they would say, this person, this person, this person, this person. And some of them I got invited to, other fellows weren't there. Some of them I did, and like all of the fellows were there.
And did you have any understanding of the reasons why you were invited to those soirees and events?
No.
Setting aside the budget party, did you ever have any physical contact with the governor at these events and soirees?
Yeah, where whenever he would greet me, he would hug and kiss me. And in a couple of instances that was captured in photographs, which my attorney shared with you guys.
And where would he kiss you?
On the cheek.
Would the governor say anything to you at these events and soirees where he would hug and kiss you on the cheeks?
Just exchange pleasantries. How are you this evening? You look lovely, stuff like that. Nothing of any substance.
And how did he address you?
Just darling or sweetheart. He didn't. I don't know if he knew or remembered my name.
So turning back to the budget party, before when was the budget party that you mentioned earlier?
It was like late March 2014. The budget had passed on time, I think prior to the April 1st deadline, which is why there was a party.
And you just said March. Is that correct? Was a party in March 2014?
Yes, I believe so. The date stamp on the photo says the date on it. There's record of the party. It was called the Grand Slam because they had passed 4 consecutive on-time budgets, and they were having a party to commemorate that budget had passed on time, and it was the 4th.
And when did the budget pass?
Before the April 1st deadline that year. I don't know what day specifically.
Okay, but the party happened in March?
I believe so. Yeah. I have the photo with me. I can look at the date stamp on the back.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Okay. This is the photo in question.
Okay.
Abhinav, if we have a copy of the photo in the binder, can we mark it as an exhibit?
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
The date says, oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. It says May 8th, 2014.
Okay. And so this is tab 7, and it's also in your electronic exhibits, and we'll mark it as an exhibit and put it up.
Great. Yeah, so the budget passed on time that year, and they had a party in early May to celebrate that the budget passed and that it was the 4th consecutive on-time budget.
Okay. And before the May 2014 budget party, had you ever taken a picture with the governor?
No.
Had you wanted to take a picture with the governor before that time?
I mean, yes, I guess that would, I wanted there to be evidence that I wasn't just saying that I worked for the governor's office. There's visible evidence that I worked there.
Okay. So do you recognize this exhibit as the photo you took with the governor at the May 2014 budget party?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you meant
on my waist too. You can see lower down his hand. Yeah.
okay. And you still have this picture, right? What does the picture mean to you?
Well, it meant something. It meant something else up until like March of this year, I guess. It was like evidence that I worked for the governor's office, that I wasn't just there pushing paper, working for someone else, but that I actually was in his, that I was around him and adjacent to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I was proud of that. But it was very much because of my job. And it wasn't until some of this broader dialogue started percolating from other women about their time working there and how toxic it was. And I decided to give oxygen to some of like what I had experienced. And the picture took on a different meaning. Like when I spoke to the Wall Street Journal, I wasn't expecting for them to like want to talk about that or to ask about it. And then it all of a sudden became like this centerpiece to the story. So it's complicated. Like I still have it, you know, I'm not gonna burn it or anything, but. And I don't think that the governor was trying to like rape me in that picture, or that he was like grasping a breast or something. But he came up to me, he wanted that picture taken. It got a lot of attention from senior staff and officials. And I remember feeling special in that moment and then subsequent to that moment.
Just give me 1 second, please. If you're done with your answer, it's doing something weird here, and I just want to make sure my window's closed. Just 1 short second. I'm so sorry. I've never heard it like this. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I don't know how I'm gonna not. All right, try, let's go ahead. I want to not hear it. Go ahead.
What meaning did the picture take on after March of 2021?
It became embarrassing, like a piece of evidence. I treated it up until that point like it was almost as important as one of my diplomas hanging in my office. I have it sitting next to my certificate of completion for my fellowship, the Rockefeller Institute fellowship program. And then all of a sudden it became like on Twitter, all these people were reacting to it like, well, if you felt like you were being abused and targeted by the governor, then why do you still have a framed photo of him in your office? Which was offensive. And I also, you know, it's a reminder that, like, even though that chapter of my life meant a great deal to me, it was also a really awful time for me. And I'm sure the governor doesn't remember taking that picture. The governor doesn't remember who I am, you know? I don't know. I feel kind of torn. Like I should probably recycle it or put it in a box somewhere. But I also am not at a point in my life where I'm willing to discount the 2 years I spent working there because I still ascribe value to it. I don't know. It's complicated.
And you pointed out that the governor's hand was around your waist in that picture. What's the reason you pointed that out?
A guy that I was dating at the time, I remember I showed it to him and was like, wow, hey, look at this. And he was like, that's creepy. What is his hand doing there? That's weird. And I was like, oh, yeah. And, you know, that was, I remember feeling his hand there on my, you know, lower waist. You know, typically an appropriate gesture would be put your hand on someone's back. So it appears sexual, I guess, in a way. And also when I spoke to Jimmy at the Wall Street Journal and I showed him the picture, his eyes went right there too. And I wish that instead of looking right there, you know, you were like, oh, wow, look how important Anna is. She's with the governor. But it's like, it looks a little bit more familiar than that. You know, it looks less professional and more intimate.
And you mentioned that colleagues spoke about the picture afterwards. What did they say?
I remember it came up to me the next day, like, I heard about your moment with the governor last night. You know, people are talking about it. And said something like, oh, we know he likes you, something like that. You know, I can't recall exactly what people said, just that I felt like, you know, how you, like something happens that becomes the subject of some idle gossip and you're part of it, and then you become fodder for other people's conversations. I felt like I was being talked about by people that I didn't know.
And how did you feel about that?
Like, sort of icky because it sucked that I was, you know, nominally there on this fellowship that was supposed to be recognizing my intellect and my credentials. And I was supposed to be influencing policy according to this fellowship program. But then, like, in practice, I was eye candy. And the only significant thing that had happened thus far while I was there that was worthy of anyone's attention was that the governor thought I was cute and took a picture with me at the mansion. I just remember thinking like, eh. But I didn't feel icky enough where I was like gonna trash the photo. I was like, I remember making it my LinkedIn picture at one point because I was proud.
Talk about other communications with the governor. Did the governor ever yell at you?
No.
Did the governor ever curse at you?
No.
Did the governor ever comment on your appearance?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that I looked lovely. You look lovely today. Something along those lines.
And where did that happen?
In the office.
Did the
And
governor?
then, you know, at the Father's Day party, I think he said something.
Okay.
He introduced me to the Father's Day party.
How did he introduce you?
Well, I had to kind of I don't know exactly how, like if he used my name or what, but I remember telling that I worked with, and I remember him saying something like, because I was wearing a dress, a pretty dress, and he said something like, "You look lovely," or something like that.
And did he say that in front of?
Yeah, I think so. Like you, or like maybe it was like, "You look nice." It didn't feel like he was coming on to me or like it was overtly sexual. Like it didn't feel like it was inappropriate for him to say it in front of someone that he was in a romantic relationship with. Like he was talking to me like I was a little girl almost.
And do you remember if you approached the governor and, or if they approached you, or how that interaction came about?
He approached me with, I was positioned, I was kind of ushering party attendees from like the cocktail area over to a tent where folks were supposed to be seated for, there was going to be like a video that was commemorating Mario Cuomo's life and his time as governor. And that was when the governor approached me, was when I was in that, I was like near a set of stairs, and I was like, you know, please, this way, have a seat, you know, so one of those types of roles.
Did the governor ever ask you to sing a song or jingle?
He didn't ask me, but well, he would sing the song for Reuniti on Ice. And I think he asked if I knew the rest of the words or something. And I remember looking it up and like writing it down so that if it came up again, I would know the words. It's like a malt beverage.
And other than that, do you ever remember any instances where you would sing with the governor, or be invited to sing with the governor?
Besides Reuniti on Ice, not really, no.
And did you sing that song with the governor?
I think I said a few bars, but that was it. Yeah. I didn't really want to embarrass myself necessarily.
Did you ever hear about the governor telling jokes of a sexual nature?
I have to think about that for 1 second. Jokes of a sexual nature. No, I don't know. I don't have direct knowledge that he made jokes that were sexual in nature. I just knew that that they were known. He and the men that were in his immediate surroundings, and some of the women too, that was commonplace, that they would speak on people's appearances. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were jokes being made of a sexual nature. I just didn't hear them directly.
Did you ever hear about the governor making comments about the size of his hands?
No, but I knew he did do that. I heard that through, prior to the allegations that were made by one of the other accusers. I learned something about that through members of the crew. Like, he had made a comment to like one of the briefers or something, that he liked the fact that he had big hands. So when I read about it recently, I wasn't surprised, but I never heard him speak to that.
When did you hear about that prior to the allegations?
Oh, it would have been in like 2014 or 2015.
Did you ever hear about the governor talking about sex?
No.
Did the governor ever proposition you for sex?
No.
Earlier, you had talked about how you thought your currency was what you looked like. Did you adjust your behavior or do anything based on your thought that your currency was what you looked like?
Yes.
What?
I made myself look more attractive, such that I felt more attractive, by buying clothes that were, dresses that were high quality, that were somewhat revealing, getting my hair done, doing my makeup, wearing heels. Like, I purchased a lot of heels in different colors, because I understood, I knew it to be a fact that the governor had a eye for sartorial, fashion. So you couldn't just wear anything. You sort of had to be dressed in a certain way, wearing higher quality fabrics or designers and stuff like that. So I spent more money on my appearance than my work wardrobe.
And what was the intent behind doing those things?
To remain in, to be seen as to be attractive, so that I could stay where I was and continue to succeed in the workplace environment. I guess it was my understanding that by being good looking, I could advance in my career there. And I didn't want to go in the opposite direction necessarily. It felt like the price of admission. Like, you want to be here, you want to succeed here, you want to thrive here and survive, you need to look the part.
And what did you mean when you said you didn't want to go the opposite way?
By chopping my hair off or wearing flats and pants, and there's some part of me that, even though it's uncomfortable to dress up every day and it takes time, I felt that it was the price of admission, and it also gave me some confidence. like
Well-
people's eyes are on me because I look good. And when their eyes are on me because I look good, then I will be given assignments and work to do that is of some import. And I will be placed in, like, because it worked with early on with Howard, and it would continue. It worked getting me invited to parties and getting me invited to things where I could represent the governor's office in public events, you know, taking people to their seats at the state of the state, stuff like that. Like, I wasn't passed over for stuff. I was noticed.
Was the thinking that looking good would ultimately lead to more responsibilities and more substantive work?
Yeah, that was my calculus in my head.
And what was that calculus based on?
Based on what I saw around me, women that had risen up through the ranks. You know, it wasn't because they had some prestigious law degree or something. It was because they were beautiful. They were beautiful and also had other complementary qualities and characteristics that the governor found attractive, the quick-wittedness and smarts.
And earlier you mentioned that you knew a lot of people who were subject to the governor's abuse. What did you mean by that?
I meant that I knew secondarily through colleagues that the governor had a volatile, angry, short-tempered side to him, and that he would take out his frustrations and his anger on certain people, particularly men. And he was known to be in contact with some of these staff members at all hours. He could be verbally abusive, I believe. I don't know anybody that had risen through the ranks that, you know, thought the governor was like a nice, kind man. Everybody seemed to be afraid of him. And I was afraid of him too, but I wasn't subject to that. I just observed the dynamic and I heard about it through the office grapevine.
How did you interpret the governor's expectation that certain people would be available to him at all hours?
I observed it first and foremost through it clear that, you know, he slept with his BlackBerry. He was always at work. He made reference to, you know, like when I had these friendly interactions with the governor, and I would be like, oh, you know, yeah, he's so nice, or he was so friendly, like kind of making comments like, yeah, that's what he wants you to think or something. I remember hearing his voice projecting on speakerphone in Howard Glazer's office, like loud, yelling at people. So I knew that there was this predominant side of him that was mean and angry and mistrusting and calculating, and the work of the office was being done by these trusted people that were subject to his abuse and his tirades, you know, in exchange for the knowledge that like they would get plum jobs afterwards, you know, like to run Center for Economic Growth, and some other people got pretty sweet lobbying gigs and working for tech companies and big fat salaries, you know, because of their connections working for. So you put up with the abuse knowing that like you have a golden ticket.
And how did you understand that people would put up with the abuse, with the expectation that they would have this golden ticket?
How did I interpret it, or
How did you know that?
just observations, like seeing, you know, through the time that I was there, people would leave when the time was right, when they had like asked permission, been granted a certain opportunity. Like for instance, when Howard Glazer left to get a nice gig, you know, lobbying, you know, similar fat salary, doing a lobbying, getting a lobbying job, because, you know, they had done their time. I learned through, like, was very much a loose cannon and would talk shop all the time in the office about just kind of how things work around here. You know, I learned that story early on. I knew that had a long game that he was playing, and he wasn't planning on killing himself working there his whole career. He was like in his late 30s, and you know, I knew that he was angling for something, and there was a carrot dangling for him at some point. There was a good deal of, you know, turnover that started happening, you know, middle of his second term, and has continued to this day. And a lot of the turnover was, you know, people getting better jobs, leveraging their time there to get better jobs, and then him replacing them with other people that could be put through the meat grinder. A lot of the people that I worked with when I was there are no longer there.
Did you know about anyone getting tech jobs after their time, during their time at the chamber?
I think something. And then, yeah, he got that job through those guys, through that team. He was a big collector of Cuomo people because of like the fight that they had to engage in to get approval in upstate New York. And I know there's most of the people that were there that were high up when I was there are not really there anymore.
And do you know if the administration had a hand in these former chamber employees' ability to secure positions after they left the chamber?
Oh yeah, yeah.
How so? How did the chamber have a hand in that?
They could make calls for you. When I was there, Joe Prococo was very much an arbiter of that quid pro quo. They could make a call and get you a job if you had served your time. Like Josh Vlasto is one of them, who was chief of staff to the governor for a while, and now he has a fat job in corporate communications. Annabelle Walsh was like a glorified secretary, and she's in some health tech gig now. Got a job working for the governor through, I think, his parents. He became like one of the governor's body men, and he was sort of a gossip collector. He would like, I remember I learned through some other people that, you know, skulk around the chamber and like get gossip on who's doing what to whom, who's dating whom, because the governor liked hearing the gossip, and now is in the tech industry. He's in a public affairs job for a tech company. All pretty much based in New York City. And it was, you know, it was clear, like, you stick it out and you can get a really great parachute 6-figure job. And I opted to take a different route because I couldn't, for my own sanity, I couldn't stay there anymore.
You use the term quid pro quo when you were talking about Joe Percoco acting as an arbiter. What did you mean by that?
Well, it was an unspoken rule that you can't just leave on your own accord. You have to do your time, and whenever they're done with you, you know, you can, at what time, like, that you feel like you've done your time, you can have a conversation and see what they can do for you. And the first that I'd learned of that dynamic was through the situation. And I just remember hearing through the grapevine that, like, you know, if you wanted to get out and go do X, Y, or Z, you got to go talk to him. And I don't know who replaced him in the chain of command after he was, like, arrested and everything, but that was just, it was common knowledge that was the rule. You put up with it, and then they will find a place for you when the time is right. And that happened with you know, with many of the briefers, you know, they go through 2 years of really grueling work, and then they might get, like, a nice plush gig somewhere.
And did you know if any of those former chamber employees maintained their ties or relationships to the chamber after they left?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I know, for instance, she bore witness to things that no one will ever find out about, that very much probably were illegal, and she'll never talk about it because she has a great job, and she got that job through the governor's office. And I know through, he divulged to me that involving the governor, and I know that she's been pursued by the news media and she won't speak out. And that's just one example. But, you know, a lot of these people, they just have great jobs, and they're going to lose their job. They might lose their jobs if they speak out against the governor. I didn't think, early on, I felt like I was doing the right thing, and, like, I was speaking truth to power and speaking out in support of other women that made a brave decision. And then I started, even in my job, to pay a professional price. Like, I'm no longer invited to functions in the Rochester area that involve the governor's office, even though my job is very much pertinent to that. Like, Monroe County has incentivized projects that also received economic incentives from the state. And there have been a couple of occasions with, like, ribbon cuttings or tours or whatnot after March of this year when I spoke out, where I would ordinarily have been invited, and I have not been invited. I've not been directly communicated with by or anybody in the governor's office or anybody at Empire State Development. And it's my understanding, having worked in the governor's office, like they do ice people out. There are people that the governor refuses to, not only himself to be in the same room with or be adjacent to at all, but like anybody that's anywhere adjacent to him. So if like Kathy Hochul comes through Rochester, I won't get invited now. So if I'm paying a professional price, you know, not having gotten my job through the governor's office, I can imagine that there are individuals that have these great jobs that they got through the second floor connections, you know, and they're worried that if they were to say something, they would lose their jobs or pay other prices. There was a time in the last couple of months when I thought I might have to move to another state.
What's the reason you thought you might have to move to another state?
Because the governor remains so powerful here, and he's gone so far as to not only just hang on to his position and, you know, not walk away, but he's completely denied that any of this stuff has happened. And I wouldn't be surprised if like none of this amounts to anything and there are no term limits on his office, and you know, he could remain in power for a very long time. And you know, I intentionally got into an economic development career. Economic development is very tied in with local and state government and with politics. My job right now that I have is somewhat political in nature, and it could all go to shit if, pardon my French, if, you know, if he continues to remain powerful and rise up in positions of power. And, you know, I'm scared. So I've started recently trying to, I'm pursuing a professional certification in economic development, just in case, like, I do have to get a job somewhere else someday. Like a credential that can get me a job anywhere in the country in economic development. And I'm not just beholden to my professional connections in New York State, because that could go away, poof. So all that being said, you know, as someone who's not coming out and saying that the governor grabbed my breast or propositioned me for sex, as someone who is not in a job that I got through the second floor, I myself am experiencing what I have determined to be some professional consequences. So I could only imagine what somebody like what they would be subject to, like what consequences they would be subject to if they were to say anything. But they were all part of the problem, I think. So I don't know that any of them would ever feel like they had to say anything. They all witnessed things that were certainly problematic, but they also were part of the problem in propagating that environment, the bullying and the ad hominem attacks and stuff like that.
Are there other ways in which you have paid a professional price for speaking out in addition to what you've described?
Well, you know, if you Google my name now, it's all about Andrew Cuomo now. And people have been, you know, looking at my LinkedIn profile from all corners of the earth. So I think reputationally it's been problematic. I suppose that's an indirect consequence. And just some harassment on social media, people calling me a liar, that I'm looking for attention, and that I'm doing this to raise my own profile or whatever. And I view those as negative. Whether they're true or not, there are folks in the world that will believe those claims to be true. And But, you know, I knew going into this whole experience that that might be an outcome. But by and large, the professional price that I've paid is, before March of this year, I was asked to attend ribbon cutting ceremonies and facility tours and groundbreaking ceremonies and meetings having to do with the governor's office and Empire State Development. And now I'm being iced out. And I've been keeping some record of some of that, just knowing when certain things are happening. Like, for instance, the most recent executive committee session of the Finger Lakes Regional Economic Development Council. I'm part of that group, but I was asked not to appear on camera or like not be part of the Zoom, but just like watch it like I was a webinar attendee. And I was informed by office that like they were asking a few other people to do that. And I was like, well, why me though? It just felt like it feels like I'm being singled out.
And is that who asked you to participate by webinar?
It was,
This?
yeah, it was. And I remember like almost drafting an email, like asking him, why have you selected me to be one of these people? Can you explain? And I almost, you know, in a fit of like paranoia, I was like gonna ask him, is it because of this thing with the governor? But I didn't. And then, you know, there was another event where, you know, the state has given a bunch of money to the Rochester area for a riverfront revitalization initiative that involves one of our museums and some hotels. And a good chunk of the project, my team helped support through some tax incentives. And they had this big, exciting ribbon cutting ceremony. And everybody involved in the economic development community was there. And Kathy Hochul went and spoke, and I was not invited. And Kathy Hochul came to town and did a tour at Bausch and Lom's manufacturing facility, another project that we were involved in, involving our congressman, Joe Morelli, who's very plugged in still with Andrew Cuomo's office, and I was not included. And I haven't said anything to my boss. You know, I'm still scared that if I continue to make noise, it'll just make it worse.
And what's the reason you're scared that if you keep making noise, it'll get worse?
Because the people in positions of power here in this region are still, by and large, very much connected to the power structure that Andrew Cuomo has created. So when he became governor, you know, Joe Morelli, who's very powerful here, rose to prominence in the assembly and became the assembly speaker. And members of Joe Morelli's staff were elevated and hired to work for Andrew Cuomo, one of them being, he was one of them. And then my boss, Adam Bello, who's our county executive, he was an acolyte of Joe Morelli and thus connected to that whole house of cards. And it's like the breadcrumb trail always leads back to him. And Andrew Cuomo is known as like a kingmaker. And I knew that I did the right thing by speaking out and telling the truth about what was a very dangerous place for me to work at the time and what was problematic. And I felt that the evidence that the story that I was sharing, which is true, provided some evidence to bolster the cases that were being shared by other women. You know, I wouldn't go back and not do that. I wanted to fall on that side of history. But in hindsight, I guess I expected in the wake of like Me Too and everything, I expected there to be more solidarity with the power structure. there were people that out of one side of their mouth, they called on the governor to resign. And on the other side of the mouth, they were still meeting with him and supporting his agenda. So I guess I'm still afraid. But again, I wouldn't have done anything differently.
Earlier, when you were talking about people who used to be in the chamber and got some positions, you mentioned, and you said, divulged some things to you regarding what did they divulge to you?
Told me that there was a time that he picked her up. So was part of, like I said, the younger crew. And so there was a party at the executive mansion that I think he staffed, from an operational standpoint. And she was also there and left at the appointed time when like most people were leaving. But then there were other people, like I learned were pool parties that like the higher level staff, the people like they got to stick around and late night and they got to crash at the mansion on occasion. Told me that there was at least one occasion where he had to pick her up from the chamber or from the executive mansion in the wee hours at like 2 a.m. or something. And I remember being like, oh my God, that's appalling. Why don't more people know about that crap? I don't think that, but I don't have any reason to believe that he made that up.
When did he tell you about that?
He told me like last year. We've stayed in touch. He works for like, I think he works, but he's originally from, we'll get together every few months, for a drink or something. And I remember him telling me that story and being like, oh my God.
Did he tell you that story before or after the public allegations started coming out?
It was after, I think it was around like the holidays, because it was after Lindsay first posted like a tweet, Lindsay Boylan, and we were all sort of talking about like, oh my God, what is she talking about? What is she referring to? And then there were murmurs in like the community of alumni, like, oh, did you hear about this? Or did you hear about that? Or did you hear about this? And that was one of the, oh yeah, there were pool parties. And I wasn't part of, there was like a caste system almost, and I wasn't in that upper echelon of like staffers that would have been invited, like come party at the mansion until 2 o'clock in the morning. I was at a lower level.
Did he say anything about what he thought happened with that night?
He thinks that she got, he said that she was like angry at him and like she wouldn't answer questions or something, and that was, maybe that was one of so, but based on what has been divulged from young women publicly who, based on my experience working there, we're working in the same environment, in the same office where it was, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a similar scenario. Because she looked like those women.
And
When I was there and she was there, I remember learning through that like she was being groomed to be the next Stephanie Benton or something. And so she was in that office that was right attached to the governor's office. She traveled with the governor. She was with him all the time.
And to be clear, that he picked up from the mansion and not from any other location?
Yes.
When you were in the chamber, did you hear about the governor threatening anyone?
Threatening anyone. Well, yeah, I mean, I remember learning through senior staff that he threatened the mayor of Syracuse at the time, Stephanie Minor. Like he was going to withhold infrastructure dollars or something because she was a political, she'd been calling him out. And that was very much a threat. And then I can speak in general terms to the fact that like favors were traded back and forth based on, I don't know, like threats were commonplace in that environment, and the governor could determine a municipality's fortunes or an individual politician's fortunes on a whim. But I never like was in a room with him and he was directly threatening someone or something. I could only speak to that. It was a very public thing that ultimately ended up unfolding with the city of Syracuse. But I remember hearing about it and learning about it and being privy to some of it before it became very public.
And other than what you've talked about, were you aware when you were at the chamber of any incidents of harassment, bullying, or other hostile or aggressive behavior by the governor?
Well, okay, so I know about in the case of that he behaved hostile towards him and did threaten bodily harm to when he like put the football in his face. And the question was, can you repeat that question again? Was I aware of any hostile behavior?
Yeah, it's incidents of harassment, bullying, or other hostile or aggressive behavior.
Yeah. Yes. Towards in particular. And towards members of the legislature.
And what behavior are you aware of?
Yelling and name calling. Withholding support, like withholding certain gestures. But again, I wasn't in the room with him when he was like throwing names or barbs at anybody or anything in particular.
Earlier, when you were describing the reasons you spoke up, you said the chamber was a dangerous place for you. What did you mean by that?
I was a woman in my 20s who didn't have family connections in the Albany area or, a network of friends. I moved there for the job opportunity. And so I felt like I was somewhat vulnerable. I was, early mid-career and naive. And I survived by, I just had to think about my response for a second. It was very clear to me that being an attractive young woman there, meant two things. It meant that I was a target for unwanted communication and gestures and attention, and that I could also hitch my fortunes to being an attractive woman and get a better job out of it. Any professional attention that I got there was really, I could assign it to what I looked like. It felt like it was a place that wasn't for the faint of heart. And particularly if you are the type of person who wants to enter a career in public service and follow an ethical rule book and go off your own credentials, that's not, Albany is not a place for you to really succeed. And that's why I said that it was a dangerous place for young women.
You mentioned being used. Did you talk to anyone about that?
No.
And what about, did anyone know about doing?
The I remember him noticing it, and I talked to him about it, like and then later on when the governor's office it was just kind of, I was looking out for myself, and the way that I got away from it was by just Yes and no. I only shared a little bit with was sort of part of that social network of the crew. And then of course, later on, you know, I was just glad by that point that I was back in Rochester and out of that world. But the fear in the workplace about your value here is only as good as like your reputation as a human being, you know, knowing that like out there collecting gossip about everyone's personal lives, and your merit in the workplace doesn't just speak for itself. It's like I don't, it's hard to explain.
When you worked at the executive chamber, what impact did you think your personal life and what happened in your personal life could have on your professional life and professional experience?
Well, at first I didn't think it would have any relevance, but I quickly learned that who you hang out with, who you're romantically involved with, is all very, it's all very much part of how you're viewed in the workplace. And I had
Earlier-
some of the fellows too, but it's hard to explain. I wasn't really socializing with them as much.
Is there a reason you were not socializing with the fellows as much?
Well, I think once I got like pushed over to that other side of the second floor, I was made to feel as though I was like running in a different circle. And I noticed that they all started hanging out and weren't telling me like when they were having get-togethers. And then I felt like they didn't really want to hang out with me. Maybe they thought that I was better than them or something. It was one of those weird social machinations, I guess. Like, but I wish that I would have viewed them as more of like a support network.
Earlier, you said the easiest way to survive, I guess you're describing another survival mechanism, was not to get in trouble, to look nice, be nice, and do what I was told. What did you mean by that?
The only way that you would get in trouble, that your professional situation might be under threat, is if you attract negative attention to yourself. You attract negative attention to yourself there by screwing up, or by being a slob. And so by being docile, doing what I was told, not speaking out of turn, not speaking unless spoken to, and also looking the part, the only attention that I might attract to myself is, oh, she's a nice, attractive young lady, and I wasn't going to get slammed or screamed at or punished.
And you weren't going to get slammed or screamed at or punished by whom?
Well, at the time, Joe Prococo was like the Punisher. I wasn't at the level where the governor himself might have had words with me that were punitive in nature, but I just knew from working there that like it wasn't that hard to screw up. You might be seen out and about consorting with some staffer from some legislator's office, or the governor might catch wind that you're talking about something that he doesn't want you to talk about, or, and I just didn't want to have any sort of target on my back.
When you worked in the executive chamber and you had the interactions that you've described with the governor, including where he would call you sweetheart or kiss you on the cheeks or kiss your hand, Did you have any views at the time on whether the governor's conduct was appropriate?
I knew and I believed that it was technically not appropriate for a workplace environment. However, I also knew that we were working in a political environment where certain rules just didn't apply. And I knew that I remember telling people at home that, you know, wow, I didn't realize that in order to like effectively govern the state of New York, you kind of have to like skirt the law all the time. You have to make sure that certain things aren't in writing and ignore certain bureaucratic processes and push things through just to govern the state of New York. And just in the way that you sort of have to skirt the law to govern, you skirt the law to be a politician of his ilk. Like, even though on the face of it, sexual harassment is illegal, like you saw how the governor reacted to the claims in recent months and weeks. He laughs it off. And I know that that's how senior members of the administration would have treated it too. You know, granted, this was pre Harvey Weinstein and everything, but you know, like that's why even the whole, I'm like, ugh, what a creepy, gross old man. But I never thought to report it.
And just so I understand, what's the link, what's the connection you're drawing between not thinking to report the stuff and the governor's conduct?
Just that even though I knew that it's not appropriate and it's tantamount to harassment, that the governor asked me if I have a boyfriend, that asked me about my love life, the governor kisses me on the cheek, that kisses me on the cheek. The culture and the standards at the time were like, I would have been seen as sort of a Gloria or you know, like an uber feminist to speak up even in 2014, 2015.
When's the first time you, sorry, I missed.
Oh, sorry. I just like, I would have been laughed at.
When's the first time you spoke with anyone about how the governor interacted with you during your time in the executive chamber?
I spoke to my family at home, like that, probably the day that he first interacted with me in his office, just saying like, wow, the governor, he like came right up to me. And I remember telling them about how he behaved at that party. But I didn't characterize it like the governor finds me sexually attractive. It was just like the governor was kind of like flirty and whatever, you know, he's an old Italian man from New York City and da da da.
And when's the first time you characterized the governor's conduct toward you during your time in the executive chamber in a different way?
Like in a negative way?
In a negative way, or differently from how you characterized it previously?
A few months into the experience, as I started to feel more and more like it was grating to work there. And like, I remember not long after me about the high heels rule, thinking like, that's so bizarre and that's so backwards. And I remember telling, I think it was like at Christmas that year when I was home, telling some of my cousins about it and people in my family, and like my all kind of like old school feminists from the 70s. And I remember telling them about it and they were like, oh my God. And that was sort of, but I remember like saying it as though, yeah, it's super screwed up and it's so backwards, but that's just how the guy is, and that's how things are, and whatever. And then later on, like this past year when I went public, I recall, you know, several of those members of my family, people in my friend network reached out and were like, wow, Anna, I remember you telling me about that. I remember you telling me about that. And that was validating to me. Like, yeah, it's not like I was just blind thinking like, this is all hunky dory. I was open about the fact that it was not appropriate.
And did any of the family members or friends in your network who said they remembered you telling them about your experiences, did any of that happen by text, email, or otherwise in writing?
No, not that I have record of. I probably had like G chats about certain things. I remember like G chatting with him in my office, but he would put those chats on private or whatever. There was some security setting, but those stories that I would share with my family and friends were all like verbal interactions.
And what about later this year when they said, I remember you telling me about it? Did that all happen orally?
Oh, well, I remember my posted it on my Facebook account. So I do have that record.
Okay.
I posted a link to Rebecca Traster's piece that she had written in New York Magazine that included some of my account. Just because I felt that she did a good job of capturing really what I was trying to convey. And she plugged that into the broader culture using other people's stories. So I felt like it was an appropriate thing for me to share with my friend network. And yeah, my posted, wow, that's crazy. I remember you telling us about that.
Based on your experiences from your time working in the executive chamber, how do you see the governor as a man?
I see the governor as cowardly, megalomaniac, and a narcissist. That's helped me kind of articulate some of that. Like I see narcissistic tendencies in his behavior, and he believes that rules that apply to the broader populace don't apply to him. And I go back to like, you know, the way that they were so quick to decry, say, better resign, and then the governor's accused of doing just the same stuff, and he's standing his ground. And so I see him as a disingenuous narcissist, an abuser, abuse of power and abuse of vulnerable young women's bodies.
And based on your experiences, how do you think the governor views women in the workplace?
I think he views all people in the workplace as a means to an end. I think he views women in the workplace as both a means to an end and a pool from which to enjoy eye candy and entertain some of his sexual proclivities and fantasies. Much the way that you see it depicted in popular culture. Hire beautiful women to flank you all over the place, and you're constantly surrounded with beautiful things to look at and women to flirt with, especially when you're the most powerful person in the room and the most powerful person in the office. Nobody can say boo about it. you could be the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but they're gonna talk to you.
When you worked in the executive chamber, did you see or hear about the governor touching anyone else?
Not when I worked there. I just knew that the same way that he behaved with me, he behaved with many other women. So I knew that he was touching and flirtatious, but I didn't know that I couldn't have imagined at the time the governor might overtly sexually abuse a woman's body or proposition a woman.
Did you hear about that kind of conduct after you left the executive chamber and separate from the public allegations?
I heard about this past year after I spoke up. Lindsay Boylan divulged some things to me that I did not know to be true at the time, but she divulged that the governor had with female staffers, including she named and I remember thinking that that was so disgusting, and I couldn't even imagine, because when I was there, he was still dating, and in public they were kind of physically affectionate towards one another. And I guess I just thought that even though he liked to flirt with young women, he wasn't having sex with people that worked for him. So it was through a secondary source, and it was after the public allegations came out, but it was like something that Lindsay said to me that I don't think she said to any public, like, media outlet and whatnot.
Did Lindsay tell you what her source was?
She said, I would have to look through my text messages, but she observed some of it, and I think she knew through her own network. She didn't tell me any names, like so-and-so told me that this happened.
Did you ever see anyone sitting in the governor's lap?
No.
Have you ever heard about someone sitting in the governor's lap?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
I think there were allusions to it in some of the public allegations that came out this year.
Other than what's in the public allegations, did you hear about anyone sitting in the governor's lap?
No, I don't think I can answer that question with any, like, I don't remember anything specifically about that.
Did you ever hear anything about sitting in the governor's lap?
No, I just heard about the pool parties and then, Lindsay's claim that the governor.
Did you ever see or hear about the governor hiring a woman after meeting her at an event?
Yes.
What did you see or hear about?
I saw and heard about it from the public allegations in the media.
Okay. But other than what's in the public allegations, you didn't hear about the governor hiring a woman after meeting her at an event?
No.
When you were in the executive chamber, did you hear any rumors about the governor having with any members of the staff?
I remember hearing through the rumor mill that like he had, but I didn't take it seriously because I thought, again, I was probably naive, but I thought that he was in a happy relationship with, and I thought that like people were just making things up.
When you were in the chamber, did you hear anybody say that the governor made her or him uncomfortable?
Yes.
Who did you hear say that?
Um, women didn't really talk about it. I can only speak to like men talking about like, oh God, you know, he's in rare form today. And like, oh, like not like, oh, the governor touched me and it made me uncomfortable. It was more just like, oh God, you know, just had the worst meeting. You know, I just got berated for 45 minutes, stuff like that.
All right, before we move to the next topic, I'll just pause and find out if Ms. Kennedy Park has any questions.
I apologize, Ms. Liss, if I'm going to ask this and I missed it, but on any occasion when the governor touched you, did he ask permission to touch you?
No.
And on any occasion on which you witnessed him touch someone else who was a staff member in the executive chamber, did you hear him ask permission to touch them?
No.
Is there a difference in the way that you saw him touch women in the chamber versus men in the chamber?
Yes.
What's the difference?
He didn't touch men in the chamber. And he was gruff and kind of aggressive with men, and he was flirtatious and silly, I guess, with women. And, you know, just, he was very much like an alpha male, I suppose, in his interactions. It seemed like
the governor, oh, apologies, go ahead, Ms. Liss.
Oh, I was just going to say, it seemed like for the most part, the men who worked for him that were doing a lot of like the heavy lifting there really hated working there and really hated working for him. And a lot of the women, they weren't subject to the same sort of verbal abuse. It was just a different type of, it was like, they were sexualized, and that wasn't pleasant, but at least they weren't getting verbally harassed. And but I know that wasn't true for every woman.
If the governor had asked your permission to kiss you, what would you have said?
Probably sure. I mean, he's the governor.
And why is that? Why would you say sure?
Because, well, first of all, I wouldn't view it as like, I mean, if he asked to kiss me on the lips or something, no way. But I wouldn't have viewed it as a violation of my personal space. But also, he's the governor, and I'm not going to say no to the governor.
And why don't you say no to the governor?
You don't say no to that governor. Because you might get blackballed. with Governor Cuomo, if you're asked to do something and then you fail at that task, you might never get asked to do anything ever again. You might get reassigned somewhere else.
Is that what you mean by blackballed?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have, Abena.
Thank you. Ms. Liss, did you ever observe anyone say no to the governor during your time at the executive chamber?
No.
Did you ever hear about anyone saying no to the governor?
Only political adversaries.
Are there examples that come to mind?
Well, his fight with de Blasio about, the New York City schools and issues on that level. But there was no task, big or small, that you would say no to that the governor would ask you to do, no matter how important or unimportant you were.
And what's the reason for that?
Because he's the most powerful person in that environment. And if you say no, then you risk losing your job or being reassigned. I guess to more accurately answer your first question, I don't have an example, but I believe that Howard Glazer said no to the governor and disagreed with the governor on a couple of important matters. And they thus had some sort of a falling out, which is what led to Howard leaving to go work elsewhere in 2014, in 2015, after the governor was reelected. And I remember seeing that as sort of like, wow, that was brave on Howard's part. I think they disagreed on certain higher level political or policy matters and had somewhat of a professional falling out. They went in different directions.
What did you know about the falling out?
I just remember observing the frequency with which they met dissipating significantly in the months leading up to his election, and then immediately thereafter, the re-election in his second term. And I remember hearing through the grapevine just that, like, they're not getting along. Howard wants out or something. And I remember also thinking selfishly, what does that mean for me if Howard's leaving? And then, of course, that Jim Malatras came, and I had to start to make some moves.
And did you have a sense of whether Howard's attitude toward the governor changed, or the governor's attitude toward Howard changed, or both, after Howard disagreed with the governor?
I think it was both, but I observed more so the Howard's dynamic. Just that, like, he didn't take the governor as seriously, and that he was pretty fed up with the circumstances, which was demoralizing for me too, because I was like, I'm here every day. I work for you. You hate your job. What does that mean for me? Where am I going to go? I took Howard to be, a bit of an intellectual, and I don't know what specifically was driving his frustrations, but it's probably a lot of things. He'd been with the governor since the governor was HUD secretary.
You've referred several times to the culture in the executive chamber. How would you describe it from the time when you worked there?
Cutthroat, hostile, hyper image focused. And just, you know, it was all about like power and connections.
In what way was it all about power and connections?
How many people you knew and what types of people they were, and how, you know, like for instance, Melissa DeRosa's, and there were folks that were related to high level officials in New York City or connected to powerful, wealthy families. And there was a lot of like, oh, don't you know who his or her dad is, or his or her uncle? And oh, so-and-so got their job because of, you know, they're related to this person, or they know this person. Which exacerbated some of my own insecurities about like, I'm not really related to anybody and I don't really know anybody. So there was that. And you know, you don't get an audience with the governor unless you have something to offer him.
And what was the work environment like in the chamber?
It was chaotic. And it was depressing. And it was all consuming.
How was it chaotic?
There was just no, nothing was really systematic. Like your job was different on any given day. There was no consistency.
What
It
did
was
you think?
always just like putting out fires, being part of a crew that was putting out fires. In that Rebecca Traister piece, somebody had described it as like policy making as paint by numbers. And I thought that kind of nailed it. It was like we were just figuring out as we went along day to day what the matter to like what were the priorities on any given day.
And what did you think were the reasons for that?
Hanging on to power. You know, survival was everything. And there was a lot of energy paid to snuffing out threats. A lot of the communications team was really the most important team anywhere. And their whole focus, like they ran like a newsroom. It was constantly churning out press releases, announcements, and then planting negative words and narratives about enemies of the governor. And when I began to learn that it was all about PR and communications and less so about policymaking, I remember feeling a little alarmed by that, but then also like, well, I suppose it's not that much of a surprise because that's just how things are nowadays, I guess. And I used to work in the journalism world. I understand the importance of like press announcements and stuff like that.
And how did you learn that it was all about PR and communications?
Well, I really figured it out, or got a heavy dose of it when I was given that early assignment to put the Regional Economic Development Council videos together. And what I learned was like, he watched like 30 seconds of my Long Island video. And like, we had done an interview with somebody who, there was like a fishery project that got some financing through the state, like a restoration of a fishery. And the governor watched and he was like, I don't know who the fuck these people are. And then he made us redo the whole thing to be like bigger, splashier, sexier. And we reproduced all of them to focus on projects, many projects that didn't even have anything to do with the regional economic development councils. And that was my first realization that like it was a dog and pony show, or like it was, like the Wizard of Oz type, like don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain, like watch the flashy show. And I felt a little foolish from that. I also learned in my fellowship orientation, was invited to come and speak to the fellows, and worked for, I think it's Channel 6. A lot of the communication shop, like Channel 6 was almost like a feeder to that crew. And he told us that governor's office treats like the communications team is a news organization, and they have newsroom meetings every morning, and they're constantly monitoring the news cycle, and the governor's constantly getting these press clippings sent to his BlackBerry, and that's like everything that he pays attention to. So I learned really early on that it was the most important thing.
How did staff treat each other in the chamber?
It was sort of a mixed bag. There was hostility and mistrust, particularly with like young women, I think. And then there was anger and yelling. And then there was some camaraderie. There was some Stockholm syndrome, I think like particularly that group of young people, the crew, they kind of took some solace in each other, drinking.
And you referred to hostility and mistrust, particularly with young women. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I just remember like mean girl culture and being looked at sideways and treated with sort of like, especially people like Melissa. Melissa was definitely treated me like that. Like you felt kind of like nothing. Just disrespect. Women at that level looked down upon women that were at a lower level and didn't treat them like really like human beings.
And other than Melissa, who were the other women at the higher level that you just referred to?
Stephanie Benton was definitely one of them. And then Jill DeRosier was one as well. Although she was quieter, I didn't really get a read on her that much. But that was definitely like a trifecta.
What was Melissa DeRosa's position at the time?
She was director of communications, or she was in whatever role she was just prior to being director of communications. It wasn't long after, like she had come from Schneiderman's office to go work there. And she certainly like wasn't secretary to the governor or anything like that. She was working in the communication shop.
Do you remember where she sat?
Yeah, she was in the communications office, which was like, if I was here, the governor's office was like this suite, and then the communication, and then like the red room was there, and then like around the corner from the red room was the communications office. It was all attached by an internal corridor that went through each office, so you didn't have to go out in the main hallway.
And you referred to mean girl culture just now. What did you mean by that?
like, I mean, it's one of those things, like, Melissa DeRosa didn't have to look at me square in the eye and say, well, I think you're a stupid little bitch, you know? People can make you feel like you're nothing and nobody just by not acknowledging your presence and never knowing your name or looking and glancing your direction. And that's how it was. Like, I saw her and Stephanie almost every day when they were in the office. And I don't think either one of them ever uttered my name or glanced in my direction. I was certainly on emails with them a bunch, but I learned obviously later on that that was true across the board. They were made to feel that they were the chosen ones, that they were really important. They were the governor's main women. And then we were all seen as sort of like wannabes, I guess. But they didn't really know that I didn't want to be them.
What's the reason you didn't want to be them?
Because I wanted to go home and just have a regular job and not have to, I didn't want my whole professional, I didn't want to feel defined by this man and his legacy and his administration. I was like, I learned in a few short months that it was a pretty meaningless existence. And I realized that I could probably do more good in my career by getting out of there and working at in a lower level somewhere else.
And you mentioned, I think at the beginning of our interview, that Cuomo acolytes use terms like loser and zero. How did they use those terms? And who did you mean by Cuomo acolytes?
Well, I just remember, so was somebody who had been around that world since his campaign for his first term, and had ingratiated himself to Howard, and Howard was really tight with the governor for a long time. And I picked up on their language really quickly, and they was like I said, he had kind of loose lips, and he would talk about like, oh, this person is fucking zero, he's a loser, he's da-da-da. And I guess I took some of his language, and I remember hearing Howard using the same language and picking it up from Howard, and I learned like maybe this was like the dictionary according to the Cuomo administration. I remember also talking about women like they were smoke shows and she's a 10, and
What's a smoke show?
like a smoke, I didn't know what it was that up until that point, but like a hot woman, a beautiful woman, a smoke show. And Howard would smoke cigars in Howard's office, and I remember thinking, that's bizarre, it's illegal to smoke inside the state office building, but whatever. And using those kinds of language and that kind of language, and I took that to mean this is like Cuomo-ese, I guess. Smoke shows and zeros and losers and fuck ups and stuff like that.
Were you ever privy to the governor's use of that type of language?
No. I did hear him use like the F-bomb. Like, what the fuck is this? You know, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But never, I don't think I ever heard him call someone a name outright. But I didn't, there were very, very few occasions when I might have been in that vicinity where I might pick up on something like that. I could tell that there was some isolation that took place. Like when the governor is ready to have one of those types of conversations, the doors are closed and there's only certain people in the room. So
And who were the people who would be in the room under those circumstances?
Um, Jim Malatris, you know, depending on the subject, Joe Prococo, he was alive, Larry Schwartz, Stephanie, Melissa, Josh Vlasto when he was there. He was there, like those guys, like the inner circle, the circle of trust, so to speak, I guess.
How much overlap did you have with Josh Blasto?
Very small amount. He left not long after I came on board. I remember seeing him come through a bunch of times, and then he disappeared, and now he's working, I think, one of those blue chip, whether it's a tech company or something, he's in the private sector.
What position did he hold when you overlapped?
He was chief of staff, I believe.
Did you observe how he interacted with people in the executive chamber?
Yeah. Sorry. He was just
How
a
so?
jerk. In the same manner that like Melissa yeah. He saw me, I think he and I interacted like in passing on just a couple of occasions, one being the regional council awards ceremony that first year, and then, you know, when he observed me in Howard Glazer's office and kind of glanced.
Earlier, you referred to people breathing down your neck and monitoring your every move after you'd moved over to Howard Glazer's office. Who was breathing down your neck and monitoring your moves?
I guess I should amend that statement, but because I felt like I was in a fishbowl and that people were looking at me constantly and like they knew that I was there, but people weren't really monitoring what I was working on. It was just that I was there, that I was sitting at my computer, what I was wearing. I felt like I was you can feel watched, and you don't necessarily feel like someone, like it's not like they were monitoring my attendance and what time I got there and when did I leave. It was just, I felt like I was on display.
Were there any individual people who made you feel like you were on display?
No, I guess I don't really know how to answer that question. Just, you know, there were a lot of the same people that came in and out of that office that were very important people. Whether they were going to meet with the governor or with Howard, and when they would come into that room, you know, they would observe who is around, and I felt observed or seen by those people, and there was some pressure associated with that, I guess.
You've referred several times to can you speak more generally to how your time in the chamber affected you?
Yes. And it was sort of like that, because even though I hated it, I was very fiercely protective of, well, I work for the governor and it's very important and I have this very important job. And no, Mom, I'm not going to quit my job and move home.
How long was the fellowship slated to be?
2 years.
So when was it supposed to end?
The summer of 2015.
When did you start looking for your next job after the chamber?
The spring of 2015.
What led to your decision to look for a new job?
Escapism. I wanted to just get out, and I found it really appealing, like any job that has structure and is not political. You know, I was sort of lusting after the idea that like I could maybe leverage the experience as a golden ticket, so to speak, and get a job somewhere that was more normal. But I couldn't do so in the traditional way that others were doing, because I couldn't say like, oh, use the governor as a reference. Like that wasn't, I couldn't tell anybody that I was looking for a job.
What's the reason you couldn't tell anybody that you were looking for a job?
Because again, that example that it was common knowledge that, you know, you stick it out, you stick around until a member of the administration identifies an opportunity for you, or something opens up within the circle of influence that's tied to the state. And that just wasn't going to happen for me. I couldn't really envision it.
Did you ever speak with anyone about opportunities for position as a deputy secretary for economic development or other work in leadership within the
Yeah,
government?
I thought that might be in the cards for me, but I've laughed it off the couple of times that I brought it up, because he had been looked over for the deputy secretary position. He'd been functioning for a few years, being paid as an assistant secretary, functioning as the deputy secretary and the assistant secretary. And I was informed that like the governor was looking for a name, you know, some splashy sort of a brand name like person to appoint. And like, as long as in the assistant secretary role, that just wasn't in the cards for me. So I thought maybe a job at Empire State Development. And I talked to a woman named there. I can't remember her title, but I had helped work on the global New York policy language. And I thought, and I collaborated with ESD on that. And I thought, you know, could there be a position with global New York? And they didn't really have anything. And she was like, well, what do you think about moving to New York City? And I was like, I'll think about it, but nothing materialized. There was just a lot of fits and starts.
Looking back, how do you assess your time in the executive chamber?
Survival, and really expensive lessons learned about my personal and professional tenacity and about how the state of New York is governed and how politics function in New York State.
What are those expensive lessons that you learned?
I learned that I'm not cut from the kind of aggressive fabric that, like, I'm not the type of person that wants to cut other people down. I don't have like a fiercely competitive spirit. And so I don't believe that I could be successful rising through the ranks in a political operation like what Andrew Cuomo operates as governor. And I learned that like I said earlier, it seems like the only way to govern the state of New York in such a way that people think you're actually doing your job and getting things done is to break the law and find shortcuts around legal processes, find shortcuts around legislative processes. And, you know, it was an expensive lesson learned because it was 2 years of my life, didn't really save any money. You know, I learned a lot of lessons and I made some good, solid, lasting connections, but not necessarily what I thought that was going to come out of it in terms of my network, in terms of my professional work experiences.
You referred a couple times to legality or breaking the law. Did you observe or hear about the governor or anyone in the executive chamber breaking the law during your time in the chamber?
Well, yeah, I mean, I knew and was privy to what, you know, that calling and complaining that being paid enough money. And so then got another job and got him more money. And that was one of the things that ended up landing in jail. And I remember like knowing about it and understanding that it was problematic. And I remember learning about, you know, the governor not putting anything in writing, not even a text message, and understanding that there's a reason for that, because there's no paper trail for certain conversations and certain things. And yeah, just like witnessing nepotism and favoritism and knowing that it's not legal, knowing that also there was a lot of blending between personal and professional life and drinking on the job and stuff like that. And I knew that that wasn't legal. But certainly, I don't know if I can give you a specific example, but I know from working there that the whole goal was to push through the governor's agenda, avoiding at all costs any influence on the part of members of the state legislature. It had to be his budget, you know, his policies. And a lot of that involved wheeling and dealing, I think, outside of the law.
In what ways was there blending let me start again. In what ways was there blending between the personal and professional in the chamber?
Well, like I told you, you know, that crew of young friends and everybody there, it seemed like their whole entire social life was their work colleagues. And it was like a cult or a religion. When you weren't there, you were drinking with the people that you worked with. The parties at the executive mansion and the after parties, you know, those were all colleagues, drinking together. And it was that type of a place where it was just 24/7 grind.
Are there things you're proud of from your time working in the chamber?
Yes, yeah.
What?
I'm proud that I wordsmithed and helped to develop a lot of the language that was used in the 2014 and 2015 State of the State policy books. I advocated for the New York State Council on the Arts, and I got them a $5 million budget increase one of those years. It was their first in a very long time. And I participated in budget negotiations with the legislature for the Council on the Arts. And I was proud of the network that I cultivated and some of the communication skills that I was able to develop on the road, working through the Regional Economic Development Council process.
Before we move to the next topic, I'll pause to give Ms. Kennedy Park a chance to ask any additional questions.
I don't have any additional questions on that topic. Thank you, Avina.
Oh, I have to ask, could we take a break, or what time are we going till? I need to know these things.
Sure.
Um,
I think we're actually happy to take a break. We are wrapping up, so I think we'll be done in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, but just a short break, just like bathroom. Yeah.
Without going off the record, the time is 6:07.
Mute too.
Without going back on, the time is 6:20.
Okay, Ms. Liss, I want to just go back to the May 2014 budget party. Can you describe any physical contact that you had with the governor then?
Yes, he came over to me and embraced me and kissed me on the cheek. And when he gestured to the photographer to take our photo, he had slipped his hand around my waist.
Okay. So since leaving the executive chamber in 2015 and before going public with your allegations against the governor, have you said anything publicly about the governor?
No, I mean, well, yes, I've posted social media, like on Twitter, retweeting or saying, complimentary things like, wow, great job, governor, things like that.
And what kinds of things have you said complimentary things about the governor regarding?
Like about some policy things, like, like how he handled COVID, when he was really popular during the COVID briefings and everybody was watching him. I think I publicly commended him, and I had wished him, I remember posting something about it, happy birthday. Because, it's important. I want to clarify that to me, up until very recently, the governor was infallible. Just even though I felt like I felt awful working there, I never could have foreseen the governor ever having a public fall from grace. Just knowing how he operates his office, you can't bring the man down. So it's more, you out of survival, and in order to maintain your dignity, you stay in his good graces. Otherwise you become, a nobody.
Even after you had
Sorry.
Even after you had left the executive chamber, was that the way you felt?
Yes.
What's the reason for that, given that you no longer worked for the governor?
Well, I believed that even though it was a personal and professional failure that I couldn't survive there and stick around there. And I didn't want to. I didn't feel that I had what it took. I needed to maintain a public semblance that it was a valuable and honorable use of my time. And I maintained, bragging rights that I worked there, I survived there, I have this photograph, look at me. It was more beneficial for me to couch it that it was a valuable experience than for me to be like, oh yeah, that was a massive waste of my time. That guy's a total dick. Publicly, at least, privately, I would be honest with people that it was a total waste of my time. And publicly, I have a job that's still kind of the stuff that I do now is germane to stuff that I did then. So.
And what do you mean when you say stuff you do now is germane to what you did then?
I still work in economic development, and I work for a unit of local government in the state of New York.
And so
In
what does
fact,
that?
my boss was one of the men that was one of the county executives that was directly called by Larry Schwartz. In light of the vaccine distribution, you may know that that Larry was calling around to county executives and gauging their loyalty, perhaps in exchange for vaccines. And I know that Adam Bello was one of those county executives.
How did you feel about the statements that you made that were complimentary about the governor?
I never deleted them or anything. I suppose I was being like a public sycophant, I guess, in a way. I'm not going to be somebody who goes on Twitter and says the governor is, at least at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of how the governor seemed to be managing COVID?
It was very much the way that he manages everything else. He loves a crisis. When I was there, I wasn't part of the crew that managed through Superstorm Sandy, but I was part of a crew that worked through, there was a huge snowstorm in Buffalo, deadly snowstorm, just awful. And I was part of the crew that set up there was like a command center, and they set up like a call center for folks to call in emergencies, and the governor did daily briefings. I remember noticing that he was managing through COVID or governing through COVID the same way he does through other emergencies. He views them as opportunities because all eyes, all attention is focused on the emergency. And so then he becomes a savior. And I knew that these daily briefings about statistics weren't in and of themselves acts of governing, but they were perhaps promoting a sense of calm and consistency during a certain point in time. And it was governing by PR versus like actually doing something. And of course, I knew that somewhere along the way, behind the scenes, stuff is not right, and there are inequities, and certainly special treatment is being doled out to certain people, as it always is. So I wasn't surprised when, of course, we learned about nursing homes, and we learned about members of the family and high-level staffers getting access to testing and vaccines and stuff like that. And I knew too with the book situation, when I was there, he was on the tail end of writing his last book, which was kind of a flop. And he had members of the staff working on that, like his communications team, especially. I remember him being followed around by like a ghostwriter. And so when that whole thing came out, I wasn't surprised that, of course, he had people on his staff working on the book. He's obsessed with his own public persona and public profile and his polling numbers, and his media how much time is being dedicated to him in the news. And it was true back then. It was even more so true these last several months. So none of it was surprising to me.
Given your current position, did you feel free to post tweets that were critical of the governor before March 2021?
No. In fact, prior to joining the administration and getting that fellowship, when I was still in Rochester, I was involved with a local organization, the Monroe County Young Democrats, and I helped them with their email newsletters and with their social media. And I helped set up a Twitter account. And I remember one year, like live tweeting the governor's state of the state. And I can't recall what I posted that was critical, but something in regards to young people and a policy that the Young Democrats had taken a stance. I don't recall what it was, but I remember the next day I was like at the gym and I got a phone call from one of my fellow volunteers saying that he had gotten a call from the governor's regional director at the time telling us to take the tweet down. And I remember thinking, we're just these little peon Young Democrats of Monroe County. I think we maybe have like 50 Twitter followers. And the governor himself, apparently, or somebody is paying attention to what we're tweeting. And I remember from that point forward knowing you don't go public with anything critical of the governor if you ever want to be in his good graces or be on the receiving end of, his powers as governor. So I knew when I spoke out in March that was it.
Have you had any contact with current or former members of, well, let's start again. Have you had any contact with current members of the executive chamber since Lindsey Boylan's allegations became public in December 2020?
Yes.
Who?
Rich as a party called me on my cell phone in December, not long after Lindsey posted that tweet. And I remember thinking, like, why is Rich as a party calling me? And I thought maybe it had to do with my job and, oh, neat, the governor's office is calling me. And then he sounded sort of nervous and he asked me if if I had been in touch with Lindsey Boylan, if she had tried to contact me and if I had spoken with her at all. And I said no. And then he said, can you just reach out, let me know if she does try to contact you. And then I remember thinking, like, how many other people is he reaching out to? Why is he reaching out to me? What would he or someone else have observed that would have made them think to contact Anna, who hasn't worked there since 2015?
Did you have any thoughts about why Rich or anyone else would have thought to contact you?
Yeah, I thought it was because maybe they saw the governor flirted with me on occasion and they thought that I might be somebody who would feel emboldened to speak up. And maybe they thought Lindsey's going to try to, cultivate a network of other women who may have had similar experiences and they want to neutralize that threat. Because that's what they would do. That's their MO. It certainly wasn't like he wasn't trying to reach out and say, oh, we're trying to collect women who used to work here who have good things to say about the governor. Because I remember that was out there. That was a narrative, like that they were trying to, and maybe they were. That was not the nature, the tone and tenor of the call. It was like he was trying to figure out, has Lindsay contacted me? Have I spoken to Lindsay? And I thought that was weird because, I felt like a lot of what I had experienced was kind of invisible there. It wasn't like I was special, like I was the only person that was being kissed on the cheek. And when I looked back on the experience, I didn't characterize the whole thing as like, that was 2 years of me being sexually harassed by the governor. That wasn't it. I didn't think that was a defining thing. So it felt strange that Rich would have observed something or somebody else would have and said to him to call me. And I remember, because I was with at the time, I was like, that's weird. The governor's office just called me and they asked me if, I remember he thought it was weird.
When did Rich call you?
In December 2020, I got and then it was like Monday the 21st, I think, in the morning.
Did Rich call you on your cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
Had Rich ever called you before?
No.
Did you ever speak with Rich after that?
Nope.
Did you ever communicate in any other way with Rich after that call?
Nope.
Did any other current chamber staff reach out to you after December 1, 2020?
No.
How about former chamber staff?
Actually, yes, yeah. Reached out to me and reached out to me.
What did you have to say?
Well, at first, because I spoke on background to Gothamist, and when that story hit, he reached out. He was like, "Are you?" I think the code name they gave me was Sarah, and he goes, "Are you Sarah? All these people are asking me if you're Sarah," and I lied and I said no. And then I decided to just attach my name to it because I just had a change of heart and I thought, I don't care. I don't have much to lose really. And it's more powerful to attach my identity. I just know because I have a journalism background. I studied journalism. When interviews that you give on background are valuable, but it's better when you can identify a real source that lends credibility to the story. And so I felt that it was public service. So then I outed myself, and then he sent me some mean text messages like, "You liar." Ugh. And then reached out and just was like, "Hey, I'm thinking of you." That was really brave. He called me.
Did anything else other than what you've already described?
No, not really. He goes, I think he said something like lose my number or whatever. And I was like, I just blocked him. I should have had him blocked anyways. He had been let go from his position last year, I think. So he's but so he was with the chamber recently as of last year, but not this year.
Did you ever try to discourage you from talking about your experience in the chamber?
Well, I guess when years ago, he made it clear to me, like, that anybody that speaks out against the governor, like, will lose his shirt, basically. But when he texted me about, like, oh, are you Sarah? He was like, and I said, no. He's like, well, good, because whoever that is like, kind of, I think he alluded to something like they were just trying to get attention or something disparaging.
And I know earlier you said that you know Lindsay Boylan. Do you know any of the other women who have made allegations of sexual harassment by the governor?
Not personally, and I didn't overlap with any of them professionally.
Have you spoken with Lindsay about any of your respective interactions with the governor?
Not in detail. She didn't ask me questions about it. And I didn't ask her questions about her experience. When she contacted me, it was just kind of to say, like, wow, thank you for speaking up and I've got your back, kind of thing.
When did you speak?
It was not long after the Wall Street Journal article came out. I think it was like right after that.
Before the Wall Street Journal article came out, had you communicated with Lindsay about experiences with the governor?
No, but so she contacted me not long after her blog post and indicated that she was working with Rebecca Traister to create like a safe space if other women and other staffers felt like they wanted to share stories. And she made it clear that she wasn't trying to pressure or anything, but that because of the harassment that she was getting and like the fact that she was being called, a liar, she was trying to be strategic about airing the truth. And she knew from the time that we had interacted with each other and overlap that she had identified me as maybe somebody that had experienced something similar. And so I said that I would be happy to talk to Rebecca Traister on background. And then after I talked to Rebecca, I started to feel more comfortable, and I felt like, because I hadn't talked about it really before to anybody. And then I felt more comfortable with not being anonymous and attaching my name to it. And so Lindsay had expressed gratitude. I didn't know at the time, like, how big of a deal it would be. I suppose that's naive, but because I didn't come out and say, oh, the governor grabbed my body parts. But because there had been so few people that had shared their stories and attached their names to their stories, it ended up really blowing up. And I didn't exactly expect that. So, but Lindsay and I, we did overlap and work on a couple things together. And later on, when I worked at Cornell, actually, she stayed in touch with me, and I helped her when she worked for ESD get a couple of meetings at Cornell when she was in that job. So it's not as though we didn't know each other at all and didn't have any. Like, I remember in Ithaca, when she came to Ithaca to have the meeting at Cornell, we were exchanging pleasantries and sort of, I recall having sort of an eye roll conversation about, like, oh God, that place, so awful. It's so good to be out, So maybe that's part of the reason why she had me on her Rolodex people to reach out to.
Have you spoken with any of the other complainants about your respective experiences with the governor?
No.
And you mentioned that when you spoke with Rebecca Traister, it was sort of one of the first times you spoke with anyone about that. What did you mean by that?
It was the first time that I had ever answered pointed and detailed questions, that like informed questions about the toxic workplace environment, and felt validated that I wasn't crazy, that it wasn't that I couldn't hack it. It was just a bad place to work. Rebecca shared some of the anecdotes that had been shared with her by other interviewees, and New York Magazine had a team of fact checkers. So it wasn't as though these were made up stories. And a lot of them were like really eerily identical to what I had been talking about. And it felt kind of therapeutic in a way. She is a writer who had she's written books about this type of subject matter and had a unique level of expertise on it beyond, you know, your typical journalist that's seeking a soundbite. So it was cathartic, I think, to talk to her.
Okay, before I wrap up, Jen, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Abena. Since you've gone public, are you aware of any efforts by staff of the executive chamber to try to discredit you or impugn your character?
No, not at this time. Immediately after I spoke out through the Wall Street Journal, the governor was asked about my account and he did not deny it. However, later on, more recently, he has categorically denied everything. But nobody came out and tried to malign my character. I was expecting that was a possibility. I was bothered when it was brought up that like they had a dossier about Lindsay. I remember thinking, well, gosh, I didn't even know who my HR contact was. I had nobody giving me performance evaluations in any regularity. I had nobody monitoring where I was at any given time. I didn't even have a formal way to put in for vacation. So who is keeping a dossier on Lindsay? Was somebody keeping a dossier on me? Could somebody make something up about me? Like, did they make up whatever the allegations were against her? So I was afraid of that. And certainly that's the style of their communications operation is, deny, 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 character assassinate. And so I was fully expecting that. So when I spoke out, I was clear to those journalists that, listen, if they tried to call me a nobody and say that I didn't have any influence and I didn't have any access, they're right. I didn't have any influence. I didn't have any access. These were the things that happened. This was on film. These are the things that I can attach date stamps to. I made sure that like I wasn't speaking in platitudes about like, well, I felt like it was like this. And I was very careful because I knew they could come out and say, Anna's a loser and she's making it up for attention.
I know you've said that they haven't publicly tried to malign you or discredit you. Are you aware of them privately trying to do that?
I can only speculate based on the fact that like I know how they deal with event management and control who can be in the room and who shouldn't be invited. And I haven't been included in things. So
You're talking about your current job.
Yeah, since this came out, anything where in my official capacity in this job, I would interface with state level officials, and where the executive chamber would be involved. I have not been included where I otherwise would have been included and was up until March of this year in other events.
And what about information from reporters? So have any reporters told you that they have heard information about you that is negative?
Not that I know of. Nobody's said anything to me. I haven't really talked to any reporters since, I mean, I've had reporters follow up with me asking me about the investigation and stuff like that, but nobody's divulged anything to me. I wouldn't be surprised though if there was some campaign.
And I think, you know, you've said that there are things about your current job that have changed since you've gone public. And has anyone at your current job told you that you're protected from retaliation for disclosing your claims?
Yes, my boss, the county executive, said that he has my back. And they both also said that they have my back and I should not be afraid of anything.
Have you raised any of your concerns about your change and how you're being treated at your current job to any of those individuals who told you you were protected from retaliation?
Not yet.
You, a few moments ago, mentioned that when you first came out, the governor did not deny what you had said, but more recently has done that. Are you referring to the governor more recently saying he didn't do anything wrong?
Yes.
And what's your reaction to Governor Cuomo saying he didn't do anything wrong?
It's not up to him to determine whether his actions were right or wrong. It's up to the individual that was subject to the actions. And if I came out and said it was wrong or inappropriate for him to touch and kiss and ask personal questions of a young female staffer without asking permission, then it's not okay and it's inappropriate.
And a while ago, you mentioned that in your current role, supporting a county executive, you were aware of an allegation that members of the governor's senior staff made phone calls to county executives related to support for the governor. Is your knowledge of that entirely based on what you've read in the press, or do you have any personal knowledge about those phone calls?
No, the county executive told me. I have personal knowledge.
Okay, what did the county executive tell you?
He told me that Larry Schwartz called him and was gauging, you know, his level of support for the governor and was referencing the vaccine supply. And Adam was acknowledging that reports in the media were accurate and that he was one of the folks that was called. And he alluded to, like, he thought it was strange because he thought maybe he was being targeted because I was one of the people that spoke out. And I'm very publicly working for Adam Bello.
Did Mr. Bello connect the two? Did he connect support? Did he convey to you that Mr. Schwartz was connecting support from the governor to vaccine supply?
Yeah, he said that was what it felt like, and that was very clear to him that was the nature of the call.
And what did you say to Mr. Bello?
I was just like, wow, I'm not surprised. That's crazy. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, I put you in the spot. He was like, no, don't apologize. He's been very gracious about the whole thing. I thought before I spoke out publicly, before I attached my name to it, that I would certainly be losing my job or whatever. So before I decided I'm going to identify myself, I spoke to Adam. I spoke and I said, listen, thinking about doing this. This is what I experienced. What are your thoughts? And then they said, wow, they were really sensitive and gracious about the whole thing. And they said, we've got your back. You know, you do what you need to do.
And did Mr. Bello tell you he was going to do anything about the call from Mr. Schwartz?
No, he just sort of, it was an eye roll type of a situation. Adam had had a few interactions with Larry Schwartz about the vaccine effort because Larry was kind of running the show from the state side, and Adam was really beleaguered from, like, you know, he runs a county health department and is being publicly held accountable for vaccine distribution in Monroe County, and yet so much of it was outside of his control and being arbitrarily determined by the governor's office. And, you know, he's a first-term county executive and dealing with a lot of this stuff for the first time. I mean, obviously everybody was dealing with COVID for the first time, but he already kind of had a bad taste in his mouth about the administration and about Larry and how they were operating the whole thing in a chaotic way. And this was just another thing. It was par for the course, politicizing it. Politicizing vaccine distribution and politicizing the pandemic.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, a few more questions. And Ms. Liss, you may already have spoken to this, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but want to make sure to cover this. At the time of when you were in the executive chamber and you had physical contact with the governor, how did you feel about that?
I felt objectified, and I felt like I was attractive to the governor. And in some way I felt special, not like, oh wow, look at me, the governor, but I felt like it was a differentiating factor that separated me from other rank and file members of the staff. Like, he saw me.
Did you feel comfortable with the physical contact you had with the governor?
I didn't feel threatened by it. I didn't feel comfortable, but I didn't feel uncomfortable. It was, or uncomfortable, sort of in between.
Ms. Liss, was the physical contact from the governor welcome?
When you say welcome, like, are you asking, like, did I invite it? Did I want it?
Let's take that definition. Did you want it?
No.
And the comments that the governor made about using terms of endearment for you, sweetheart, darling, did you want him to do that?
No. I wanted him to
And the
use my
comments,
name.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You said you
That's
wanted him to use your name. And the comments that the governor made about your appearance, did you want him to make those comments?
No.
Thanks, Abby.
Since you last spoke to our team, have you spoken to anyone about your interactions with the governor?
No.
Have you spoken to anyone about our investigation?
No, just that I am having this conversation today. I had indicated that that's what I'm doing on Friday night.
Who did you indicate that to?
My husband, my parents. I had been contacted a while ago by the media, like, and I let them know, yes, I'm speaking, yes, it's happening, but I didn't divulge anything like what who I'm talking to, et cetera, et cetera. And I told my boss as well. Sorry, I shared the subpoena with my boss.
And what was the reason for sharing the subpoena with your boss?
So that he knew that on Friday afternoon, I would be engaged in this conversation and not available.
Is there anything you would like to add or any answers you wish to clarify before we finish?
No, I think I'm all set.
Is there anything else that you can think of that's relevant to our investigation?
Not at this time.
If you would like to make a brief sworn statement, you may do so now.
I'm all set. I don't need to say anything.
Okay, we're going to conclude our examination. Thank you very much for speaking with us today.
Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
And I'll take this, before we go off the record, I'll take this opportunity to remind you that you have continuing obligations under our document subpoena and our subpoena for testimony. If we need you to come back to answer additional questions, we'll contact you. And if you have documents that are responsive to our document subpoena, you're under a continuing obligation to produce them to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Liss, let me just add too as well, as Abena told you at the beginning, under Executive Law 63(8), you may not share what your testimony here today with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is
Wow.
today's deposition. The time is 7:01 and we're now off the record.
All right.
All
Have
right,
a nice
just stay
evening.
with me. Just
Bye.
stay with me
Thank you.
one